Afternoon. We'd like to welcome all of those who are here today, our school board meeting, as well as those who will be participating online. The regular school board meeting is open to in-person participation and available to the public via streams on the channel on the Central Consolidated School District's YouTube channel. I'll call the meeting to order. Ms. Askey, is she with us? Ms. George?
Here.
Ms. Aspis? Mr. Montoya? Myself here. If you'll please stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I've asked Mr. Carlson to offer a prayer.
Please bow your heads. Gracious God, we thank you for your many blessings. We're grateful for the rain that's been falling. We mostly thank you for giving us the opportunity to guide the communities, the families, and the students of Central Consolidated School District. We ask that you give us the wisdom, the foresight, and the clarity of purpose to lead this district as we seek to make positive changes. We ask that you watch over the students and staff of Ccsd and keep them safe. Be with all of our educators as they seek to impart knowledge and critical thinking skills to our boys and girls. Lord, we ask that you guide this meeting this evening. Help us to work together and to model positive working relationships for our staff, our students, and our communities. All these things we ask for in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Item D, agenda review. Comments from the audience. Reports. Item 4, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda. 5, consent agenda. 6, executive session. 7, board superintendent report. 8, requested action items and or reports for next meeting. 9, plus delta. 10, adjournment. Items E, I would like to move. Let's see if I can find it here. Item 6. C, and make that item number 7, and 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10. Insert that in as an item, and then 10 be 11. As it appears on here, possible action items part of the executive session. We move that to make that item 7 instead of C. Then the superintendent report as item 8. And request action as item 9. Plus Delta 10. And then adjourn as 11. Move this. What's that? I don't. I want to take it from here and move it down to 7. Because this appears as part of the executive session. So just move this down to item 7. We're not taking it out, we're just moving it down.
Just a word.
Yes. Comments from the board, or from the audience, excuse me.
Ms. George, did you understand the changes? The amendment of the agenda?
Ms. George, are you with us?
I'm sorry, yes.
Did you understand what we did, the changes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I need a motion to make that change, or to approve, is that what we're looking for? I need a motion to approve the agenda with the change to move item 6C to, okay. Do I have a second? Been moved and seconded. Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis? Yes. Mr. Montoya? Yes. Myself, yes.
President Wells, what are we voting on?
Was that Ms. Haskey? Yes. Okay. Welcome, Ms. Haskey.
What's,
How's Hawaii?
thank you. What are we voting on?
We amended the agenda and moved some items from 7, inserted 7 and moved it down, all the other ones, one number. Do you
Oh,
have,
okay.
do you have the agenda from,
I can pull it up. Thank you.
okay, from the executive session, under letter C, we made 7 instead of C. And then 8, 9, 10, 11. That's what we were voting on for the amended agenda, approving it.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the audience. Good afternoon, board members. I wanted to share that we are off to a great new school year. I hope this year brings unity and respect to our students, parents, school, and school district. As parents, we look forward to seeing our children thrive in safe environments. I know our schools make every effort to do this, and we are so thankful. At the administration level, I know you keep sight of why we're here, the children, and at the school board members level, I encourage you to keep involved at the school level. We parents want you to continue to represent us. That's our hope, that you'll represent the families you serve. During the employee orientation for the Kirtland area, Mr. Montoya was the only school board member we saw. Thank you, Mr. Montoya, for being a constant representative for the families of Central Consolidated Schools. I look forward to seeing more representation from our elected school board members at the staff and school level. Without them, there is no school. Thank you. Sincerely, Ronica Vicente. We have a request from Daniel Jim from Shiprock to speak to the board.
Hello. Good evening, school board members. Good evening, superintendent, those on virtual attendance, and those in the room. My name's Danielle Jim, and I am of the Shiprock community. I just wanted to say an appreciation for our teachers throughout CCSD. Teachers are doing their best in their respective communities of CCSD to encourage and maintain the student population through best practices. We are being asked every year to be accountable for much on our plate on a daily basis about student instruction, professional development, communication, etc. Our population as a whole has declined from years past with enrollment of CCSD students. Realistically, our district is located in a big area of change that occurs frequently due to limited job opportunities and housing. Many of our families have had to make the change to other areas and out of state to meet their financial stability, and that includes their children disenrolling from CCSD. A reminder that the students we do have, that we continue to have enrolled in the district, many do come from multi-generational foundations. An appreciation and respect for their continuance in having their children and grandchildren be educated in our district should not be looked past. As teachers, we don't have control over many things in our students' daily lives, but we are doing our best when they are with us on a daily and weekly basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, item 3, follow-up on the unique trip request by Nikki Atencio.
Good evening. Can everybody hear us? Just making sure we're good. Okay. Thank you, school board members, school board president, superintendent, Mr. Carlson, and community members. Thank you so much for your time. We are here to follow up with the Catalina unique trip request. Last time we met, we had a few questions about background checks. And looking at if we had a CES vendor. There is no CES vendor for travel, and that was followed up, as well as there's background checks on the drivers. I have spoke with Candace and Ms. Theodore, both of them, regarding unique trips, and most districts around the state, anything over 500 miles are using charter vehicles or commercial vehicles for this reason. So I know that this has been a topic of discussion. And we also did speak with Cindy about the amount of money that it would cost if we used our school vehicles. And so it would be more cost efficient to use a charter company than it would to be using one of the CCSD transportation buses. And so we stand for questions, excuse me.
Any questions from the board?
Just a comment, Mr. President.
Yeah. Yes, sir, Mr. Montoya.
I just appreciate the fact that they went to try to figure out and actually investigate a little bit more regarding the travel, because I didn't realize that that was a threshold generally of 500 miles. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Montoya, there is not a current threshold at this moment, but Candace is looking at putting that in there because that's what most other districts have.
Okay, that's what I was alluding to. So thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
I have a question.
Ms. Asmus?
So, at that time, you had your form filled out, and, that form is archived. So, did you find and make certain your chaperones?
Yes, we have.
So, did that number change, or do you have a different form?
We would continue to still have 4 chaperones.
How many people were going?
I don't remember.
Ms. Atencio, how many people are going on the trip? 32 with 4 chaperones. The district number of chaperones or students per chaperone is actually 10. You asked me on Thursday and I misspoke, and I looked it up during the meeting and I didn't get back with you on it, but we were okay for both trips, so it is 10. It's in the board policy.
I believe that came from Cindy, Miss Theodore, that number, the ratio. And could I see some supporting documents that say that?
For the chaperones?
Yes,
Absolutely.
for the ratio. I'd like to see it in writing. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry, we got kicked off. What was that? Can we restate the question? I'm sorry, I did not hear that, Mr. Carlson.
Ms. Asmus asked to see verification of that in writing, the number of the policy, the school policy of chaperones, the ratio to the students. Is that correct, Ms. Asmus? Okay.
And the reason why I'm asking is because that's right in Miss Theodore's realm. And I believe she gave the answer of a 6-to-1 ratio. And now I'm hearing 10, so I'd like to see some supporting documents that show that.
So I have a quick question. Did Ms. Theodore say it was 6-to-1 on an overnight trip? Because I didn't see that. So is that somewhere that we need to find that? Because it is, we actually have 32 students and 4 chaperones. So that would be an 8 ratio, but I just want to make sure, is it a board policy that it needs to be 6? And I'm asking that specifically because I haven't seen that.
Okay, we found the policy, and it does say 1 to 10.
So we should be fine then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya?
I just want to make a comment. I'm sure we understand why, again, we're asking these questions. It is purely for the safety of our students, so it's not a matter of badgering anybody. We just need to make sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. So thank you for that, Ms. Aspas.
Thank you.
And can we share that policy and that information with Ms. Theodore?
I'd be happy to.
Item B, unique trip request by.
Board President, I have a question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are the chaperones, are they all CCSD staff, or are they volunteers or parents?
All school employees.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Lake?
Got to pull it down a little bit there. Good evening, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent, and board members, and those that are joining us tonight in attendance. I am here for a few unique trip requests that have been a yearly request probably since 2004 when I started in this district 19 years ago. The first one we have on the agenda is National FFA Leadership Development Events, Career Development Events, and Convention. It is held in Indianapolis, Indiana in October 2022. This will include, all of these trips include Shiprock, Kirtland, and Newcomb FFA chapters. The next one listed, I'm sorry, are there any questions for the Indianapolis trip? Yeah, it'll be 5 plus or minus. It depends on the requirements and the competition and the eligibility of how many students will be going.
Well, may I, Board President?
Go ahead.
Just, I know we are approving, and it's almost like proving a blank check, you know, but whenever changes are made, it needs to be,
Yes.
you know, said, where we have information, knowledge about it.
Yeah, and so when we start registering, which is in September, then we have the exact numbers.
Thank
And
you.
that's approved through administration too by looking at grades and stuff. The next one, number 2, is the North American International Livestock Expo. This is in Louisville, Kentucky. It's in November 2022. You'll also see a schedule, but this schedule, basically it's a variety, but it depends on what animals the students are showing on what days we'll actually be going, but it will not be the entire time of the Livestock Expo. Please understand that. Any questions there? No? Okay. Yes, very. Number 3 is the Intertribal Agricultural Council Youth Symposium and Annual Meeting. This is held in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is December 4th through the 11th. Students that attend this have qualified and eligibility through a competition of a writing essay competition. They also receive a scholarship. They receive a travel scholarship. They receive room scholarships, and they also receive meal scholarships. So majority, pretty much 90% of this trip is completely paid for by the Intertribal Ag Council, and the students are selected by their essay that they have to submit. So I also make this essay assignment, a mandatory or a final exam assignment, but only certain students may be selected through the IAC. I was called today, just actually at school today, and I was asked if Shiprock FFA would be open to stuffing what they call swag bags. And so it's bags for all the attendants, all the people that attend, youth and adults, to the IAC, and they will supply all the equipment. It's just the FFA chapter will be packing those bags. So that's an honor to be asked. And it's for this program too. Any questions there? No? It's like notebooks, pens, pencils, yeah, like goodie bags. The next one is number 4. That is Arizona National Livestock Show, December 26, 2022 through January 1st of 2023. This is during Christmas break, so students are not missing any school during this time. It depends. This show we do go on the 26th, and we usually come back on the 31st or the 1st, depending on if students make sale or can check out early. They also do a livestock judging competition, as well as showing their livestock against other livestock showers nationally. The next one is number 5. This is the National Western Stock Show, Junior Market Livestock. This is in Denver, Colorado, January 7th through the 22nd. Again, these dates, we will not be gone the whole time. It just depends on the animals that they will be showing and the check-in and then check-out times. It's usually the last week of it. They will also be doing livestock judging competition. Number 6 is Tulsa Welding School High School Senior Welding Competition. It's either in Oklahoma, Texas, and or Florida. You can also attend all 3. It's usually in February, March, and April, depending on the dates. Any student, any senior that is enrolled in a welding high school program can attend this high school competition. Just by attending the competition, they receive a $500 scholarship to go to Tulsa Welding School. If they win the competition, they receive a full ride scholarship. If they place second, they receive half of the tuition, and I believe if they receive third, then it's like a quarter, but it goes down from there. They also have drawings. They also send them. We have received, our students, not we, sorry, not me. Students have received welding helmets, welding gear, welding bags, and things just by attending. I have 3 actually, February, March, and April. It just depends on those dates. They're not set yet. So one, like Oklahoma, may be in February, the Texas one may be in March, and the Florida one may be in April. They usually put them around those dates, but they don't have them set yet. Okay, and when you did these forms, you did it in July? I did, yes. And I believe those, I checked 2 weeks ago, not last week, I was at fair, but 2 weeks ago, and they still hadn't updated the dates yet. Any other questions?
Mr. President,
Mr. Montoya.
I know there was a livestock show at the high school just about a month ago.
Yes.
Is there an association between that and with what you guys do or provide?
We were in with, so I put in a facility use to run with it, and then it was sponsored by IAC and a few other sponsorship to run that show.
I saw some of that
But we
livestock.
showed there, yes.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was well, this is the first one we've done, and it was way bigger than we ever expected. I think we had over 50 exhibitors and probably 75 or more goats and lambs showing. So it was a very good
Does the school or the district have anything in the county fair?
Yes, so I will, so CCSD was very well represented at San Juan County Fair this year. It was last week. We checked in on Sunday, and then we had, the dairy goat and breeding, sheep classes on Monday. We had the market goat and the market lamb classes on Tuesday. The grand champion goat and the grand champion market lamb came from Jay Spagay, who is a Kirtland Central student. Several students, I have a student that has 1 pig, 2 lambs, 2 goats, and 2 steers. Everything made it into the sale, but you can only sell 2 livestock animals. You can't sell all of them. So she had to pull everything but 2. She sold a lamb and a goat. I had another student that had 2 goats, a second and a third, did very well, made sale as well. I personally had my son who was showing. He got breed champion for the speckled face class. That's his 3rd year in a row. He also had a 3rd and 3/4. We had the James kids. There is a whole ton. Garcias, Brady's, I'm trying to think of all of them. Thompson's. Anyways, we had a whole slew of Kirtland kids, and they did very well. Isabel Stock, things like that.
Good. Thank you.
You mentioned they will be showing in Denver.
Yes,
Do they transport their own animals?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, most of all the animals are transported by the students' families or myself. I will now be transporting the animals, and then they will be going up with their families if they don't have, because there's a rule that I cannot drive a truck and pull a trailer. So that has been taken care of now.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Lake?
Yes, on the welding school, do they have, or your competitors, are they taking their own PPE, or do they have that supplied there?
They actually supply it there, but if we have it, some of the students of mine like to take their own, just because that's what they're used to, and so they'll do either or.
So their own hoods, their own
Mhm.
leathers?
Yes. But they
Okay.
also supply it there if needed.
And especially with COVID now, and then I just saw something about monkeypox, and I don't know, you get conflicting stories on that, on how
Right.
contagious and then where it's derived from, but with that, I'm sure you don't want to share.
And
So-
the last time we attended was in Houston, and they supplied them with a welding jacket, chipping hammer, wire brush, safety glasses, and a welding helmet, and it was theirs to keep. So they
Wow.
got to take it back with them, and the bag
Wow.
to carry it all. Yeah, and if I would have drove, I would have came back with 2 welders, but I did not drive, so it's a little hard to ship welders. Dang it.
Wow.
So when the Tulsa Welding School goes through there, like gets new equipment, they try to support the schools that bring students with like giving them, and they're only like 2 years old. They're like,
That's
I guess
nice.
they have the money to replenish.
So at this point, your travel is, I see that you're taking a lot with the Suburban.
Sometimes we take Suburban, yes.
Yeah, and so you're putting a lot of mileage on that, huh?
Some, yes. But on the out-of-state ones, like Arizona, I've taken the school truck. Denver, take the school truck. Those don't take Suburbans. It's usually the ag truck.
Okay, well, thank you.
And yeah, and some of them we fly too. The welding ones
Yeah.
we fly. Indianapolis, we usually fly. or sometimes we'll take the train.
You could
There's
bring a
a
wel,
train.
you could bring a welder home on a train.
I could. I don't think about that one. And then like the IAC, they actually provide transportation. So the last time we went, we actually took a charter bus provided by them. So IAC is no money out of the district or the FFA chapters.
That's good.
Yes.
Whatever you're doing, that's good. And your chaperones and all that are in order?
Yes, they're school employees.
Okay, since that comes up, chaperones, superintendent, what do you prefer, or is there a preference in parents or staff?
My first preference would be staff, just because they already have the background check. I think that makes it a little bit easier, but then a lot of times we won't have enough staff who could go on these kinds of trips, so then I think we would probably go to parents or community members. As long as we have the background check, I'm fine with that as well.
The last time, well, when I've gone to Indianapolis before, we had a parent go and she went through to become a CCSD chaperone, so background check, went through it all.
Okay.
Any questions from the board? Go ahead with your next one, Ms. Lake.
So number C
You've
is
been at this a long time.
yes, long time. Fundraising request for FFA. This would include food sales, meat, fruit, dessert, chili items, jerky, candy, snacks, spirit items, and discount cards. They're doing a lot of new things, especially since COVID. So they do a lot of online programming, like you can sell the candy online, it gets shipped to them, fruit, meat, desserts. Some of these items we do, some of the items we don't, but this includes all the items that we could possibly be able to fundraise with. And this is also for Kirtland, Shiprock, and Newcomb, but the money that's raised from each chapter goes into their chapter. It's not a lump sum. So if Shiprock does a fundraiser, it only goes to the Shiprock chapter. It doesn't get split between all three chapters.
So the students that are participating, it goes to their particular chapter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And how is that? Did they get good support?
Yeah, like we've done jerky sticks. We've done the food sales, and the meat and the fruit I think goes better in Kirtland than it does in Shiprock. I know Aztec FFA does the meat and fruit, and so sometimes we piggyback on them so that the meat and fruit place just drops off one location and then I go pick it up over there. But the fundraising comes to Shiprock. And the chili items would be like Ristra's, chili, canned chili jam, or regular chili. That's what that means.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those discount cards as well.
They've done there's one that we definitely would like to do, and it's an online one, and it's like a traveling one. It goes to restaurants, it goes to hotels, it goes to like airlines. You can get all kinds of discounts. And it's all done online, so. The new thing too is socks. It's kind of crazy, but selling socks.
With the individual toes?
Yeah, for some, not for me.
The flight one you wouldn't want, Ms. Aspas.
Huh?
The airplane discount you wouldn't want. Any questions from the board for Ms. Lake?
again, just to, I know you're always way ahead in planning, but, anything changes, that needs to be updated and that we know about it, and so, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Lake.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Board President, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lake had mentioned that she had a prior parent chaperone, and she had to complete background check. If it's been more than 2 years, she recommend that she get another one, Mr. Superintendent, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary George. Appreciate that.
Definitely.
Thank you, Ms. Lake.
Thank you.
We appreciate all you've done over the years.
Thank you very much.
Just keep up the good work.
And just make sure we get those passes next time.
Item D, Mr. David Bridgewater.
Yes, good evening, Superintendent Carlson, board members and audience. Yep, I'm here this evening to present my annual band trip. Last year we went to Salt Lake City for Music in the Parks. This year I'm proposing it's a Music in the Parks trip, but this is for Denver, Colorado. The approximate cost will be $573 per student. Students will of course have the opportunity to fundraise, and I'm getting this done early so I can get going on that. And yeah, we had a very successful trip this past May in Salt Lake City. The TBA band got first place in the competition. So, and love to keep these trips going for the students. So, at this point, do you have any questions?
Any questions from the board for Mr. Bridgewater? Go ahead with your fundraising then.
Okay. Yeah, let's see here. So I'll just be presenting Little Caesars Pizza kit. So, yep, Little Caesars Pizza kit. It's just catalogs, and students will receive. I believe it's $6 for every kit that they sell. So looking to start this fundraiser on September 26th, and it would end on October 21st. I guess
Any
are there any
questions?
questions?
Any questions for Mr. Bridgewater? Thank you, Mr. Bridgewater.
Thank you.
Next, item F, request for approval of gift donations by Mr. Manning.
Yes. Hello, board members, Superintendent Carlson. I'm just looking for approval to accept the donation from Webb Toyota Farmington. The purpose of this donation is to help purchase matching travel gear for all three basketball teams, the varsity, the JV, and the C team. In the past, normally the girls would have to purchase their own sweatshirts, but I just think it would be better for to make us look more united in unity with the entity of having the same travel gear. And so I approached Webb with this, and they're willing to give us a donation of $2,000.
When you say travel gear,
So that would be hoodies, and that would be matching sweatpants. So when we travel together on the road, we would have the same gear, and every girl would have the same hoodies, because in the past, some girls wouldn't be able to purchase the hoodies because they either wouldn't have the money or they didn't purchase them in time. So I'm looking to make sure that every girl has the opportunity to have the same travel gear as when we travel on the road.
kind of like a uniform,
Yes,
easier to identify in an airport.
yes, easy to identify and identify each other and identify where we're from. Yes.
Yes, good idea. Any questions?
This is always a, or may I, Board President?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Aspas.
This is always I don't want to say a problem, but you know, when you look, when we have two other schools, Shiprock and Newcomb, and what is our district AD? How do they view this? How do you view it, Superintendent? As far, I'm looking more of the, it being even. You know, I wish we didn't live in a world like that, but we do. And so we have to ask those questions. And I'm wondering where you stand.
I understand those concerns, and I've heard those before, and I think that's something that we probably as a district and as a school board can look at policies and the possibility of having policies for those, because I could see the possibility that one school would have avenues to get more funding than maybe some other schools. And we don't really want that. We want it to be, like you say, we want it to be as even as possible across the district. I know that in the past, these have generally been accepted, but I agree with you that we need to look at least have the conversation about, do we need to have a policy that makes it more across the board? And if we do get a donation, do we take that donation and spread it evenly? Or do we ask those people that, and just let them know our policy? So I think a policy in place first would be the best way to go about it.
Well, the way I've seen history since being on the board, it seems that if the superintendent doesn't want to make those decisions, then it's looked at the board level. And but you know, I go back to you know, there's some things that, you know, the public doesn't really know, and they only see what they're allowed to see, you know, or the repercussions of it. But even we have a new coaching for the girls and the boys basketball in Shiprock, and to me, I felt that was very unfair, and it was my hope that it would have been stopped, because some of the evaluations that was I mean, if you had to go on the evaluations of what was asked, it was very unfair. And where other teams, you know, such as Kirtland, don't have the same health guidelines as you know, those restrictions that the coaches did at Newcomb and Shiprock. And so now we have a new coach, and I'm sure they want to build their program. And so I just want these conversations, these discussions, so that I can say, yes, we did talk about them, we did touch on them, but by all means, I'm really glad that, we have community support too, and especially with our championship, our state championship team, and so, but I do want to keep in mind those what we deal with, and as the do I dare CEO of our district, I think I really wanted to know where you stood on this.
Thank you for that. And yes, in my time in doing this, when I was interim in the spring, there were a couple situations very much like this. And they weren't all with athletics. I know you remember the scholarship at the graduations. And those situations have come up. And I don't know, and I don't know if the board wants to set a policy, or we can just have discussions about it. And we can make changes. I mean, for now, I feel like since we've been on this course, that accepting it would be the most prudent thing to do at this juncture. But I do appreciate those conversations, because we do want things fair for all of our communities. We want opportunities for all three of our communities.
Mr. President, I think the key word here is in this discussion is about equity and the application of Title IX, where we are in the position that we have to take in consideration the three communities that you just referenced. And not everybody has that, has to deal with that, especially when you have two on the reservation and one off the reservation. A lot of people don't take that into consideration, just as, again, with the scholarship issue itself. It automatically, for whatever reason, there's a myopic view of what people want to do without the consideration for the entirety of the district itself and the purpose that the kindness is going to serve. And again, to Ms. Aspas's point, I certainly invite and ask that people take that into consideration. But again, the consideration of the circumstances that we're presented with within this district. So, but again, I appreciate the consideration, Mr. Manning, to Webb for what they're doing. I really do. And I think the comments certainly aren't trying to dissuade anybody from continuing to do that. But again, we just for us up here at this board, we have to take in consideration everybody. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Board President, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. George.
Mr. Carlson, can we make sure that the AD and the coaches really talk to the athletes about good sportsmanship, about receiving donations, and, with the other schools not receiving donations? Because, sometimes that can get a little bit envious, and some kids could, some athletes, not all, but some could see that as being a little bit, just kind of being a little bit arrogant. And so I'd like to have the coaches and the AD really talk to the athletes about these donations when they come in, and be considerate of the other two schools who don't receive these donations. Thank you.
Thanks, Secretary George. We will definitely do that. And matter of fact, we are going to have further discussions with the athletic department about these types of donations. And I very much appreciate the thought of trying to make sure there's equity throughout the district. And that's something that we need to do.
I think a possible equity throughout the district would be for the coaches to try and secure that for their teams as well, either from Webb or somebody else. There's other businesses in the district or in the area that would could be solicited their help as well. And I mean, we're only talking $2,000, and there's other dealerships or other businesses that could be approached by the coaches of Shiprock and Newcomb. I think it would be detrimental. That's not exactly the word I was looking for, but that's the first one that comes to mind, to deny anyone the opportunity to have, because I think having uniforms when you're in a crowded place, it's easy to spot those uniforms and keep track of those athletes. So I think that would be a plus, and I would encourage the coaches and coaching staff of Shiprock and Newcomb to see what they could find to provide the same thing for their teams. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Go ahead, Ms. Asmus.
So, in just what you said, I believe when that district AD position was founded, and in which we thought we were going to absorb and not feel again, but at the time it was founded, it was to standardize the athletic department, in which colors, mascots. It was to, because we had several different images, mascot images, several colors from cardinal red to maroon, and so it was to standardize all that and keep it that way. And so, and it seems now that that work has been done, and I wouldn't suggest, our coaches go out and solicit. I mean, it's not their job, but I don't think that's what Mr. Manning did. I think just from the generosity of Webb Toyota, but we don't have a Webb Toyota dealership in Shiprock nor in Newcomb, so that's what I'm really saying is, Kirtland has those conveniences, and but we got to remember that. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying no to this donation. I'm just saying we keep that at the top of our head and remember those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Asmus. However, we don't have a Webb Toyota in our district, in Kirtland either. But I think, Mr. Manning, didn't you say that you went to Webb Chevrolet and visited with them? And
Yes, I went, yes, I sat down with the owner of Webb Chevrolet and Webb Toyota. They're basically hand in hand, and we discussed what needed to be done. So I took time out of I took my own time to set up a meeting with them and discuss a possible donation with them.
thank you. That's what I understood, and that's why I said, well, maybe the other coaches could do the same thing. That was why I said what I did.
Board President, I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that the AD for the district should be the one to set up these donations with the community, and that way it's favorable through Kirtland, Shiprock, and Newcomb, so everybody has equal access and equal donations. Well, not equal donations, but they can get, because the coaches, they don't have time, and they're always at practice and away games, and they don't have time to do that. So possibly the AD could do that, Mr. Superintendent.
I think that's a fantastic suggestion.
Any other comments? Next item, G. Cohesive Education Policy by Donovan Russell and Jermaine Chappelle.
Ja, in Kirideshni, do Kudo Nakano Kagi do Isnaltangi. She ya Donovan Russell A and she adult Ash Chidin and Slant for the Chini Bashes Chin. Yeah, it Hachini does it say dot Hoch and does another. Greetings to Superintendent Carlson and Board President Mr. Wells, and I believe Vice President Board Susie or Mrs. Haskey is listening online, and then Madam Secretary Board Cheryl George, and to Christina Aspas, member of the board, and Mr. Montoya, board member, and actually wanted to come and do this presentation in person. I had the option to do it online, but I wanted to meet the board members, and there's several board members that I haven't met personally on the personal level, but I just want to do my presentation here in person tonight, and thank you for the opportunity, and I'll go ahead and begin my presentation. As you guys were given a copy of our presentation as well as our draft policy, and so I'm doing a presentation just to update on CCSD's initiative and programs to create equity for students and our mission to remove barriers and expanding student pathways to success. And I work under the Department of Intercultural Community Outreach, and along with myself, and I'm here with my colleagues like our director, Mrs. Dr. Lopez, and our coordinators such as Dr. Belinda and Dr. Elfrida Harvey and Cheryl Benelli. And our group consists of about at least 10 staff members now. And so I myself, my position is the Equity Council Supervisor. And so going on to the next page of the presentation is the purpose of my presentation. And so recently, New Mexico legislature passed the Black Education Act, and among other things it requires your school districts to adopt a school policy implementing this act. And after internal meetings here in the district and as well as in the community, it was determined that we propose a comprehensive policy adopting all of the New Mexico Cultural Education Acts. And so these acts that we're combining all together are the New Mexico Bilingual Multicultural Education Programs Act, New Mexico Indian Education Act, and the Hispanic Education Act, and also, and more recently, the New Mexico Black Education Act. So in the process of implementing the Black Education Act, it was brought to our attention, like, why are we just doing this New Mexico Black Education Act alone itself when there's 3 other education acts that are not in our district policy. And so that's when we started to work on this cohesive act to actually bring it to the attention of our community and gain their support and their comments and their inputs into this initial draft. And so, so the public input on developing the intercultural equity education policy, we had 3 public hearings. The first one we had was in this year of 2022. The first one we had was May 24th through 26th, and we did it in all 3 regions, Shiprock, Newcomb, and Kirtland, followed by a second hearing, July 18th through the 21st, and then our third set of hearings more recently in the month of August 1st through the 3rd. And so we value the input of our community and letting them know about our draft policy. And so through that, we formulated a core group of individuals who really wanted to be involved and had really great voices as well too. So we do have a core group, and if we need additional public input, we can do that also. And so just the outline of my presentation. This was the same presentation that I did in the in our public hearings, in addressing it to our communities, parents and family members. So in my presentation, I'll be describing the challenges of what our students face and discussing a mission and programs to remove barriers and expanding student pathways to success. And I also introduced them to the programs such as the intercultural community outreach and our mission. So for short, I'll go on in my presentation by saying the ICO. And so, and also in the presentation, I'll be implementing I shared with them the implementation of the program and the actions to create equity for our students at both state and district levels. And so this is just the reality check on the challenges that we see in most schools, not only here in our district, but statewide and nationally and globally. And so just like the child in the picture there, the child standing in the hole there, many of our students here at Ccsd start the race way behind from a lot of the other students. And so the historic inequities in school fundings and factors like poverty, trauma, and other social issues have created a situation in which our students have not been given the same educational opportunity as their peers. And also historic inequities has created academic and social and emotional gaps that affect the ability of our students to succeed. And so it's our mission now to turn these historic challenges into opportunities for our students. And then I'll come back to this same slide here after I do another couple slides here. So the equality policy, over the years, the state and federal government policies have tried to fix educational inequities by funding students equally. And as you can see in the picture, they're just fun students equally. There's students who are still left behind and not at the same eye level as other students. In the picture here is to watch the game, but in our stake it'd be to gain education, quality education. So even though even though our dedicated teachers and educational leaders have worked hard to bridge these gaps, equality policy has not bridged gaps for Native American students on or near reservations since the Kennedy Report in 1960. So the Kennedy Report found the status of Indian education and facilities to be unexcusable and shameful. And as a result, Congress extended impact aid to schools on and near Indian reservations.
I believe that just in the opening of that Kennedy report, which I give credit to Board Member Montoya in sharing that, and I read that, and just the beginning of it, it basically said it was designed for failure. So I think that's something that's really powerful. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya.
Mr. Russell, I just wanted to apologize for interrupting, but kind of feeding off of what Ms. Aspis has stated regarding, I have to laugh in respects to equality. We all know it's never been equal, never. Even the SEG, State Equalization Guarantee, the way that the funding was set up, and this goes all the way back to impact aid, we're trying to make up for 47 years of inequity. 47 years. Yeah. And we get chastised and held accountable when the same people that are holding us accountable were the same damn ones taking the money. And it's disgusting.
Right.
So I hope you understand my frustration. I have a hard time swallowing this pill because it's not good.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for those comments. So from going to equality to equity, a lot of people misunderstand these two words. They're very similar. But so turning the challenges into opportunities. What we are beginning to understand is that in order for many of our students to succeed, we need to change the way of education, change the way we educate students and fund schools, so that we determine what it is our students need to be successful and fun, and teach them from that perspective. And so we have different stakeholders here in our district, and as you can see in the picture on the left side, there's students with disability as well too. And so it's equally serving all students, but at the same time the equity of achieving those in helping them to fit like the picture on the left side or on the right side there. And so I wanted to go back two slides to the first, to the picture on reality. During one of the public meetings, one of the elderly brought out the picture there, and he's like, I would rather be that little kid there because I don't want to be hit by that ball. And so it was just it was neat to hear some of the feedbacks from them, and I just wanted to share a little bit about why this is so important to me and why my position as the Equity Council, I have a passion and excited to present this to you guys. I would like to share my personal experience in education. I grew up on Black Mesa, Arizona, a very rural area on the reservation, and all I spoke was Navajo language, the Navajo language when I started school. So I can relate to the child that was placed in school and started way behind, but I realized that I was human and that I wanted to be like the other students, and so I started to push myself to learn a foreign language. So English was new to me, so I didn't even know my numbers and ABCs when I was placed in school. But by the time I graduated from high school, I was driven to be at the top of my class, and I graduated top. I think it was 7 in my class at Monument Valley High School. And then so I was driven to carry that on into the college atmosphere. And I went to Fort Lewis College, and I wanted to study biochemistry. So I ended up doing that for 2 years, but what I wasn't aware of when I went off to college was the different cultures, different ethnicities, and so it was much of a cultural shock to me, and so I wasn't aware of that, and I ended up dropping out and just moving back in and working at home at a local Peabody coal mine. And so when they shut down, that's when I realized that I want to go back to school and finish it, and so I went back to San Juan College. I earned my associate's degree, and I had a different perspective through my mistakes and through my failure. I actually wanted to take on education a different way, to be more grounded in my identity and my sense of belonging. And through that, I felt like I was more prepared because I was not going to school with not just Native American students, but other ethnics. And so it helped me to break that shell and helped me to complete school and succeed. And so now with that experience, I have that passion to be that brother figure to the students here at Ccsd, is to show them that it can be done in this approach, and to not be afraid, but to be prepared and knowing what's out there. And so, but I don't know, being that kid that was in that hole, I feel like Ccsd has a lot of these students, but we can take it on with a different approach as to how I've done it. And if we can teach this more to our students, they can learn it more at a younger age than when I realized when I went to school, and at the age of 35, I decided to go back to school. And so, so within the next the next slides, I'll be describing and how this needs to be done as soon as possible. So the national, state, and tribal leaders are beginning to recognize the importance of culture and language and removing educational and social emotional gaps for our students. And so out of this, the outcome of the Yazzie Martinez education lawsuit, this spotlighted the need for educational equity amongst key student demographics: students with disability, Native American students, Hispanic students, and other English learners, and children with who are socioeconomic disadvantage, and now bringing in the Black Education Act as well too. So considering the African American students as well here. And then the federal and state impact aid victory recognizes the need for additional funding in order to achieve educational equity. And as you know, the impact aid, schools were only funded 25%, and through this victory, schools are now funded 100%. So achieving equity, removing barriers, and expanding student pathways to success, it's going to take work, and it's been a lot of work for me, and we can't approach education the same way as we have been. And also, I really commend our Board of Education here at Ccsd leadership, who prioritize culture and language and the needs of our students, and families and communities. And then also the Intercultural Community Outreach Department. They help implement these priorities with new programs and existing resources and programs to achieve equity for our students as quickly as possible. So our Intercultural and Community Outreach Department is created to create equity for our students. And we're staffed with, before Intercultural Community Outreach, it was only staffed with three individuals, but now we're fully staffed team of about 10, 11 staff members. And so we do, we undertook lots of internal work to evaluate what our students and family needs to address the challenges they face. And then to create this department, we also enabled Ccsd to address the findings in the Yazzie Martinez lawsuit and to implement the latest state laws and the New Mexico policy that seek to create equity for our students. And listed are some of the programs under our department: the Equity Council, the Language and Culture Curriculum, the Rings of Culture, the Whole Child Holistic Wellness, Holistic Restorative Discipline, Parent Partnership, Graduate Profile, Community Schools, Next Step Plans in Education, Safety Net, Food Pantry, and Social Emotional Pathways and additional related services. And so our mission, ICO mission, district-wide coordination and combination of resources to maximize meeting student needs and bridging student gaps as soon as possible, and using these data to not only measure the efficiency of our programs and resources, but to see if these programs are bridging these gaps for our students, and then to prioritize and include community input and deliver programs and services that reflect student, families, and community needs. And lastly, our mission is to implement all these 4 New Mexico educational acts. So in the past, our educational system has been using the one-size-fits-all, which is the equality approach, and that was used. And then instead holistic wellness addresses the needs of each student from different perspectives and approaches and needs. And then the goal of the Holistic Wellness and Whole Child Safety Net program is to provide more individualized support and resources in order for our students to have the tools they need to live their best life. And we are helping each child strengthen internal skills and knowledge to help them find their best balance. And to share a little bit more about the Rings of Culture, Dr. Siraki Hawley does some training for CCSD on anti-racism, and this was a quote that I remember him stating: "Is a behavior learned from the home or in the community is passed down from generation to generation and represents your heritage." And so I have a 3 ring here of the social identity map. And so on the outer ring we have the given, and then the inner ring is the chosen, and the middle part is the core. And so for me, like, some of the things that were given to me was like the place where I was born, the parents that created me, and then being Native American, and then becoming a male, coming out a male. And so these are just kind of the given things that was given to me. But later on in my childhood, I began to learn to choose some of the different pathways that I wanted. I wanted to be an animal doctor because I was raised around a lot of animals, and I had to love and care for them. And then I also continued to speak my language and learn a lot learn about a lot of the culture. And so those were the things that I chose for myself. And so, and then the core part is what made me, or makes us unique. And so through this approach of Rings of Culture, I really feel like CCSD students need to learn that here in our district is their core uniqueness, and to know that whatever they decide to do and want to be after they leave here from CCSD, is they can be successful, whether they be a welder, be a construction worker. And so, but rather, so to build these programs and these resources for them that they know they can make it after high school and leaving CCSD. And the Rings of Culture as well too is to identify the potential behaviors associated with each of these rings of culture. And culture can mean anything. Like it could be religion, it could be socioeconomics, and then school cultures, ethnicity, language, disability, orientation, age, gender. And so then going on into my next slide, I don't know if you guys can see that, but when I was implementing the Black Education Act, it was my objective to make the awareness of being respectful and to be responsive to any kind of racial gestures or anything like that. And so when I was doing my presentation on the Black Education Act, I reflected back on my culture, like a story that once was shared with me by my grandparents. And so so the Black Education Act is considering race. And so I remember when my grandmother and grandfather sat me down and told me to look at my hands. And they told me that the left side represents the male, masculine side of you. And even though you're a male, there's also a female, feminine side of you too. And so in our culture, there's duality. And so so just having my two hands, they told me a story of each finger. And so the right side representing my mom, and then the left side representing my dad, and the thumb, which represents both the male and the masculine, and well, the male and the female side of me. So the right side would represent the female side of me, and then the left side represents the male side of me. And then the pointer finger here represents your mom, and then the pointer finger here represents your dad. And so they told me like these two fingers are the ones that work hard, that work the hardest and work together. And so there's also like other teachings in these two fingers. We're taught as Native Americans, as Navajos, that we shouldn't wear our rings on these two fingers as long as we're able to stand and breathe the air and be able to move them. And so when a Native Navajo passes away, they're no longer able to squeeze these two fingers together. And so we're not, as long as we're living, and we're encouraged not to wear this on the two fingers, our thumb and our index finger. And so, but then the middle finger here represents our maternal grandmother, and then it represents our paternal grandmother on my dad's side. And then it's also taught that this finger, which represents me, will be able to at least see this individual, our great grandmother or our great grandfather. And so and so that's the teaching of that. And if it's not like for my younger siblings and all that, they actually didn't really meet my great grandmother, but it was me that having the opportunity to see them, that I still carry on and tell them like I've seen her. This is what she looked like. This is what he looked like. This is what they shared with me. This is what they told me. And so they say these two individuals will most likely be able to see each other. But then in our pinky here, these represent the people that have gone before us. Nikizazit. And so, and if you look at that word too, it also relates to the Anasazi people. So there's actually history in our hands as well too. And so as Navajo peoples, we don't say that we were here before anybody else, but we credit the Anasazi people for once living here before us. And so that was my presentation on the Black Education Act and how we need to be more respectful, and how it was something that we had to implement in the policy here at the district. And I was thinking, like, this is already something that was taught to me a long time ago, and it comes from our culture. But now that doing the Black Education Act, they wanted on black and white paper. And so, but these oral teachings came back to me as I was doing that. And my grandmother always told me that we live in a world now that there's a mixture of race, and so there might be one day that you become interested in somebody, and it might be of a different race and another ethnicity. You might meet somebody else, but look at them. They have 5 fingers just like you. And these individuals that I pointed out, they come from family that love them like that. And so be respectful and be mindful to other ethnicities. And so that was the reason why I put this this slide together, was to address that Black Education Act and bringing back some of the cultural teachings that if you were to present this to students or just anybody, they would come to that realization of knowing that it just doesn't have to be in policy, but it actually generated from our ancestors long before already. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That there, we see it now here in our district. Some students have fathers who are African American, and then some students that have like maybe a Hispanic mother or something like that. And so it just ties it in together, and knowing that my grandmother could actually be an African American. And so it's just like my grandma said, it just we live in such a diverse world right now, and we need to be considerate and be mindful and respectful to everybody.
Mr. President. Mr. Russell, in respects to what was just asked and what you responded, my humble opinion, it just comes down to basic decency and respect for each other as human beings. And I think with society today, especially here in the United States, we lose sight of that. I mean, standing just as you and I, right across from each other, to human beings. And then you translate that into education, with all the problems, supposed problems that we have. And I said this in the presentation here in Kirtland about passion, desire, and commitment. And how do we get to that point? It's about educators. They want the children to trust them, they must trust the children. They want respect, they must respect them. And again, that's just basic human relationship, which we tend to lose sight of. So, thank you.
Yeah. And actually, showed this image to my Equity Council students as well too. And they brought out a good point in how there is discrimination among Native Americans themselves, like the intercultural part as well too. And they mentioned like some of the discrimination gestures that they've heard in being from a certain region or being from a certain kind of family. You dress differently. You don't wear new clothes like us, and so, but and then you pronounced that word wrong, and you say it funny, you say it differently, and so, but I just told him, I was like, you know what, this is actually a good teaching for you, and understanding that this child comes from that family, and this is how they were raised, and so, but yeah, there's discrimination among our own people as well, and to bring him back to this this teaching, they actually gained a lot of knowledge and having a different perspective of the differences that exist here in our district in schools. So going on to the next slide here, the State of New Mexico initiatives to achieve equity. So from the Yazzie and Martinez lawsuit, the Equity Council, New Mexico PED has implemented the formation of the Equity Council of each school district, and this requirement fills very well with the goals of the ICO, which is to include community and student input into how to achieve equitable opportunities for our students. And coming from New Mexico PED, the statement, implementation of a culturally and linguistic responsive framework to prepare students for college, career, and life by supporting their identity and holistic development, including social, emotional, and physical wellness. And so New Mexico PED requirement for the Equity Council is that we are staffed and supported an Equity Council that reports to the superintendent, which we do have a good relationship with, and who knows about the Equity Council. And the Equity Council must be comprised of at least 15 school staff, student, parent, and family members, and community members, and one representative of the Navajo Nation leadership, and also representation from the African American ethnic as well too. And at least half of our Equity Council must represent students who are Native Americans, Hispanic, and English learners, and economically disadvantaged, or have one or more disabilities. And so right now we have Equity Council that has staff and parent and community members of 6 individuals, and which is also the members who were also included in the core group of the development of this draft policy. But then we have a lot of students. We have 3 students from Newcomb, and then 5 students from Shiprock High School, and then 2 students from Career Prep, and 6 students from Kirtland Central. And so it's mainly just the high schools, but some of the 8th graders are learning more about it, and they're becoming interested as they enter into the high school. And so CCSD is excited to engage families and stakeholders across the state in the first phase of this process. And we have established the Equity Council in our district, and student participation has been really good. And going on to the next slide here, the multicultural education is a longtime priority in New Mexico. As you can see, these are the 4 acts, and just you could just kind of skim through that, and when each of them came about and was passed. And then just a brief summary of each of these educational laws. And again, the educational laws are the Bilingual Multicultural Education Program Act, the Indian Education Act, the Hispanic Education Act, and the Black Education Act. And then our implementation here at CCSD, the Intercultural Education Policy. When we built this policy, rather than just implementing the Black Education Act, we felt that we are stronger together. And so that's the reason why we combined all 4 acts together. We honor each other by increasing our knowledge of each other's culture and linguistic differences. This process of learning and respecting cultural differences is one of the best ways to increase confidence and self-esteem in our students. And then implementation of cultural and linguistic responsive curriculum and training for teachers also help close educational and social emotional gaps amongst our students. Closing these gaps will build a foundation for success for our students. And this type of learning environment, students are more respectful to one another, and they learn from their mistakes and make better decisions. And they also combat biased thinking and actions, and this approach will create a school climate of self-respect and accountability. And so the transition to restorative justice discipline approach. Some of our schools here at CCSD have begun this implementation of restorative discipline, and I believe Shiprock is doing that. And then the restorative justice is an alternative to using punishment-based approach to school discipline and behavior management in K through 12 classrooms, and it focuses on repairing harm through inclusive processes that bring together students and educators. And this philosophy advocates that schools should be a place where young people are able to make mistakes, reflect on it, and learn from that mistake and correct them as they continue to grow and learn. And then the restorative justice. Here, the intention of restorative justice is to shift the focus of student discipline from punishment to learning from that mistake and making better decisions, and emphasizing accountability, making it right, and facilitating dialogue between affected parties. And so the concept of restorative justice is based on 3 pillars: the harms and needs, which means that empathy and awareness is required to understand the harm that is done, as well as the factors and might have contributed to the situation. And then the obligation to make things right. This entails a moderate process that helps stakeholders understand, discuss, and solve the problem. And then the engagement, all parties, victims, and offenders, and the broader community are involved in the dialogue and the healing process. And then the discipline matrix. The school discipline policy, and students may self-administer asthma and anaphylaxis medication. The CCSD board policy, J4800, was adopted in December of 2019. And this is, each school has established their procedures in alignment with these guidelines, and these can be found on the school website. And each school has a parent advisory committee and meetings considering significant changes in any policy, and all policy changes must go through the Board of Education. And by the state law, each CCSD school discipline procedure will be revised in order to include language regarding racialized aggressions. And then also the board policy allows for students to administer his or her own medication, and to have backup medication provided and administered by the school personnel. And then the CCSD goals and objectives. These were the goals that we have. Our first goal is to implement this cohesive policy changes, to implement all 4 education policy laws, and then to implement equity council. Our second goal is the trainings that will be provided by New Mexico PED, and some of these trainings have already been done, such as the Dr. Shiraki Holly, and then New Mexico PED themselves just launched some new Black Education Act trainings, which we received, and also this policy, which recently we got a memorandum that's saying that the Black Education Act discipline policy language needs to be done at each district by November 30th of 2022, and these same trainings of anti-racism and racial sensitivity need to be done by November 30th as well too. And I feel like CCSD is already way ahead of that, and I feel like our district is one of the only ones to be implementing all 4 of these acts as well too. And so, and then our third goal is to continue the implementation of the Equity Council, and we do already have an established hotline reporting culturally biased incidents and aggression, which is the See Something, Say Something here in our district. And so just continue review of all this would be good for our district as well too. And so this was just the timeline that we created for ourselves as a team. And so in the school year of 2019 and 20, the See Something, Say Something reporting hotline was established. In that same school year, the training done by Dr. Shiraki Holly, our cohort, completed that training. And then beginning of this year, we continued to implement the Equity Council, and we started our cohort 2 training of the Dr. Shiraki Holly. And then in May is when we began this cohesive cultural education policy revision. And then it was also the same time when New Mexico PED, the Black Education Act, launched their trainings as well too. And brings us to this day. On August 16, 2022, was to present and propose this policy revision to the school board. And so the reporting hotline, the See Something, Say Something, this is just a little bit more detailed in what it is about. It can be downloaded on any on our phones, any smartphones. So that's the app that you would download on your phone, and all these reports are kept strictly confidential, and all reports go through the centralized dispatch center and are routed back to CCSD staff listed as administrators, principals, and counselors. And so there was a PowerPoint that was shared with our teachers, grades 6 through 12, and also our students were also encouraged to download these apps on their phones as well too. And the other training that we have been doing is the strategies of culturally and linguistic responsive training and learning, and that's done by Dr. Shiraki Holly. And we've completed our cohort 1, and then just completed our cohort 3, and we plan to begin our training for our cohort 3 coming in January of 2023. And then, as I mentioned, but I didn't put this on our slides, but New Mexico PED had their training on the anti-racism, understanding racism and recognizing and response to interpersonal racism, and as well as these new ones. So those are all Canvas-based training done on your own time. And and then the national and historic influences. What brought up the Black Education Act was just things that happen around in our society, such as the human rights, the civil rights, the equal rights, the racial profiling, the civil arrests, and more recently the Black Lives Matter. And so long-standing inequities has created disadvantage and educational gaps for many of our students at school and work, creating more equitable opportunities for our students, provide them with resources they need to meet these challenges and have their best life. And the way we're making this awareness in our school now is to create posters, brochures, and have newsletters and digital ads and web banners, and more importantly, to preserve our culture and a revitalization of the language. But that concludes my presentation, and I believe the initial draft policy was attached with our presentation as well too. And
Good evening, board members. We also have Dr. Berlinda Begay, who I think had a couple introductory comments she wanted to make before I start in with the policy, draft policy.
Oh, yate shikadashidana, shikatanin shlida, katnasani bashichin, kitachini, dashichidashi, dashinala. Good evening, Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey, and Secretary George, board members, Superintendent Carlson, and to all my relatives listening in this evening. I just wanted to do a quick background in terms of where this all started. My grandpa, Mr. Russell's presentation. And before our department became Intercultural Community Outreach, we were a 3-member department called Cultural Heritage Department. At that time, the lawsuit of the Yazzie Martinez was going through, and it was almost to the end when we received word of the rulings at that time. This was about 2019. And after the rulings, PED felt that they needed to have some type of equity, like a council, to help involve the voice of parents and students. And so even though the Equity Council was not part of the ruling, that's what PED felt was needed. So we started attending trainings in terms of what Equity Council is and could be. And we did start the process in 2020. And so we began the process 3 months into the initiative at the state level, and selected the council at that time. And because of the turnover rate of administration at that time, it kind of just stood there. Every time there was a new administrator, the information was shared, and there really wasn't anything being done from their end to go forward with this. However, any information that came from PED was shared with the Equity Council. So they were ready to do something, but it was just a matter of waiting on direction from the upper administration. But in 2021, COVID happened, and after COVID kind of subsided and schools were opened back up in 21, 22, the Equity Council came into full force with the appointment of my grandpa, Mr. Russell, who came on board with this new position. And so his position is actually grant funded. So in that position, a lot of the framework and the initiatives that were asked of or required or recommended during our trainings for about a year and a half, actually, those were put into the grant. So that's basically what his task or his daily work is that involves the implementation part of it. And so one of the things that came on board since he joined us in December 2021 was the passing of the Black Education Act. And so when that came on board, it was made known to us that with that Black Education Act, all schools are required to have two things be put into a policy. And so that's where Mr. Russell shared with you earlier in his slides that why just concentrate on one education app when we could involve all the current ones that have been in place for many decades and really haven't really been utilized, it seems like. But that's where this cohesive policy is coming from. So I just wanted to share with you a quick background on where it started and where we're at now with everything that's happening with this policy. And I would like to say that this is the first of its kind in the state of New Mexico in terms of getting a policy like this. And it's really, I think, a good step, a monumental step in terms of addressing a lot of the disparities that were mentioned in the Yazzie Martinez lawsuit by ensuring that these 4 educational acts are implemented and created as a policy. Thank you. Yeah.
Board members, before I go on to the policy, do you have any questions for the team?
Are there any questions from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspas.
There's a lot of questions. First of all, I want to say that my first clan is Class G too, and I'm really glad that you went over this mainly for to get us all up to speed. We have new board members, and you hear of Yazzie Martinez, and I really like the images that you shared in here about equity, the difference, because sometimes I don't know which word to use, just as we were talking about the athletics with the donations, I don't know which equality, I always thought that was the perfect word, but now you have equity, that's an even better one, but you don't know if they know, what those differences are. And so, but I'm glad that you shared that in your presentation. And you started out with the Black Education Act. And can you re-explain? I guess it flew over my head, or was I'm trying to put all this together, and and why this presentation, and because the passing of that Black Education Act was almost a year ago, and so and then later on you're talking about restorative justice, and so I'm wondering how does this all fit together, and Yazi Martinez and um, I just want to understand what the real purpose behind this was.
So the restorative discipline. There's also like another word for it as well, like the circle justice, and more like in the Native American perspective, we see the peacemaking, and so this was an approach of the disciplinary matrix, is to not just discipline the child like right then and there, but to have a restorative justice in actually sitting them down, hearing both sides of the story, and to allow the students to just be able to say that they're sorry to one another and that they can learn from that mistake, and and know that if it's done again, that there be consequences with it.
And so with that said, I you go, I don't remember, I think it was a government to government conference that was held in Farmington, but I believe that's what it was. But anyway, the breakout sessions, and in one of them, they talked about, and I think we, as a district, we adopted, and which Ms. George has brought up several times, called a CAT, and that was, I believe, if I can remember right, it was from implemented at Santa Fe Indian School, but I'm not totally sure. But anyhow, so this restorative justice, when I first heard about it, was in an email, and the way it was written, it was more or less I guess bypassing the board, and now we're talking about, it's almost like second chances, and if I'm hearing correct or seeing that, it's more instead of that zero tolerance approach, it's more of a second chance, and but to me, I feel like, with the high percentage of Native students, that CAT program was more ideal, and it was better, because and I, at that time, you know when I got onto the board, my daughter was already graduated, but I remember a time when some things happened. Some girls jumped her, and yet she was made to feel like she instead of the victim, she was made to feel like she contributed to it, and but coming home, whereas Navajo families, when a student gets in trouble at school, it's a whole different environment when they're coming home, whether they're the victim, whether they're the ones that did, and their grandparents, especially the words, Navajo words, are they're real endearing. You know, Shiyaja, you know, that's not the same as when you, a non-native, you know, where they're scolding or negative, yeah, and I saw that in that CAT program. I guess recognizing that people are not perfect, that there's times when they do make mistakes, and but I don't. I think the way it was addressed or the way it was presented, I think on as far as the board level is concerned, or the board communities across New Mexico, I think that's where they felt like they were being bypassed. PEDS implementing a program without just more or less bypassing the board. And so I don't know. I know I shared that email with everybody, and we still haven't talked about it as far as a board. And now we're getting presentations, you know, through I guess PED presentations. So I guess that's where my confusion is in what is the real purpose behind this. But I do like, you know, because it sounds like it's along the lines of what we used to have, which was CAT. And I just know the CAT. I don't remember what it really stood for. So, thank you.
Okay, Jadeja. Shamadazanda, thank you.
President Wells, may I add on to Mr. Russell's explanation and to help answer board member Aspis's question as well?
You may.
Okay, so just to provide some clarification, so restorative justice is part of the social emotional wellness initiative with the district in terms of decreasing behaviors. And you're all aware of PACS. The district initiated that program. And so PACS is at the elementary level in terms of decreasing behavior with different types of strategies. And so this year, they expanded that into this middle school called Capturing Kids' Hearts and 7 Mindsets. And that presentation, I believe, was made before and during the summer. But in terms of that, restorative justice is part of this process, and in regards to addressing the under-causing reasons of what's leading to these behaviors. And so with the social emotional parts of PACS and Capturing Kids' Hearts and 7 Mindsets, and now with restorative justice, we're what's the right English word? We're addressing the underlying issues, like which is trauma. And so in terms of that, there's the different strategies that are being used for that. So with restorative justice, it's addressing that in that sense. And that's why Mr. Russell, my grandpa, had mentioned that they're looking at the Navajo peacemaking model, because with the Navajo peacemaking model, it goes back to what our Navajo Dene people are governed by, which is our clans kinship system under And so instead of going into courts, you know, you have the Navajo peacemaking where families, and it's usually families, same lineage or clans that work out their issues on the basis of, and then, so that's one of our bigger teachings in terms of these strategies that are being utilized right now to address social emotional wellness. And from our department, it's under the safety net. And so under the safety net, we do work with different departments in terms of addressing these types of challenges that our students face. And in that, Board Member Aspis, what you mentioned was CAT, which was the Culture Assistance Team. And in that, Secretary George was instrumental in that too, as we worked with her several times and in regards to utilizing and implementing our Dana way of thinking and holistic healing. And so when that was implemented, it really did help a lot of our children. And so that's where this is all coming from. So I hope that provides more clarification. Thank you.
Are you ready, Jermaine?
Yes.
And
Any other
before we-
questions?
Hang on a minute, Jermaine.
Yes, sir.
Before we go any further, I know last week I did say that, I mentioned that I think it was a real disservice when our JOM, I believe it should be on its own, and especially with the high percentage of Native Americans that we have. And and you know, I don't ever recall there was any issues or problems or lack of things being done, other than, you know, just through the drama of IEC. But I hope those are all fixed and repaired. But I would like to see that again, where we have our own JON department and not under the umbrella of Intercultural. Again, based on the high percentage of Native Americans that we have. So, thank you.
Any other comment?
Board President, I have a couple of questions and comment.
Go ahead, Ms. George.
First of all, I really appreciate this presentation, especially with the hands. It goes back deep into the Navajo culture that I was taught when I was small and growing up with my grandparents as well. So my question is, House Bill 43, which is this, the enactment of that we're talking about, was done on March 16th, 2021. Why was this not implemented if it was state mandated back in 2021? And we're here to this day now just getting the information. And also, we have biracial, half Black and Navajo students in our in our district, and they're pretty there's a pretty good group of them. And, you know, this could have been implemented last year right away because it helps with requiring anti-racism, an advisory council, racial sensitivity for teachers and staff. And it mandates policy to be in each school district. And, it promotes all of these sensitive racial that I've heard it in the schools. I've heard it in the middle schools, not really in the elementaries, maybe 5th grade a little bit, but I know in junior high and high school, the N word is used all the time in derogatory. And, and then just even in our Navajo culture, to call a Black person in Navajo is Jenny. And that is also degrading. And, it's also looked at sometimes or felt degrading, and it's not a really good term. So the term that is used now in Navajo is that needs to be, implemented through this program is Nahisle, and it was passed down from Ramilla Cody, and and it's a more used in a more positive, respectful, and it's an empowering term in place of Jenny. And it describes the Nahisle, it describes as those who have come across the dark calm, have overcome, persevered, and we have come to light. So as oneness. So that most Navajo and half Black children in our Dene culture, they're starting to use this word Nahisle instead of Jenny. And so, a lot of this could have been taught back then already. And and then also we have to also include our Asian community. We have a pretty significant group of Asian descent students, if we're talking cohesive. There's not an enactment yet for that, but I think that we can absolutely include those students because they are in our district. And, if we're going to be cohesive, we need to include those. And also, my thing is just, African American males in the Navajo culture really see a lot of negativity, more so than female half African American and Navajo students. I've seen that in the schools. And, the bill, the BEA, the Black Education Act, was to improve graduation rates for African American students. And the administration last year didn't pay attention to this enactment. Like, we're already here, like I said, a year over. And there, and also there's half Filipino and Navajo students too in our district. So we really need to add them to this as well. So I think going back to the cultural assistance team is really relevant because it covers everyone. And, like it was mentioned, the working with families, not as a discipline or not to get parents in trouble, working with the program of, with the courts. It's more cultural sensitive to help the families peacemakers. And that was really what really saved a lot of, helped a lot of families and a lot of students. And I would like to get that back in our program. So that's what thank you.
Any other comments?
President Wells, I'd like to make a comment too.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the information that was shared today. I also think on the same lines as board member Aspis that this, we really have to think about the percentage in our population in our school district and provide trainings and provide that support to help all our students be successful. The inclusiveness is definitely very important. I think that we really have to be cognizant of all the representation, the diversity that we have in our school district and meet those needs. It is sad that we have lost a year from the bill, the implementation of the bill, but it's also, I think it's even more telling, or it's a shame that it has to be that these bills have to be, these acts have to be made for us to pay attention to. So I think we have to really look at our school district, look at the diversity, look at the different groups that we have represented in our school district, and plan those things accordingly, because we're, just because we have this act for these different groups doesn't mean those are our only focus points, that we should be looking at a whole, because regardless of the ethnicity of the child, we want our students, when they leave our school district, to be well-rounded and understanding and inclusive of all ethnicities. So I think this is well past overdue, and that especially with the Native American population, we also have to respect the percentage that's in our school district, the multiracial group and everything. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Ms. Aspis.
I really like what Ms. Haskey said about it's sad that we wait till bills are signed and put into law, but I look back and I think about Dr. Bowman when she was superintendent for our district, and she had the vision of Bon Wilson, and it's so nice to proudly stand up and tell our senators at the conferences that we already have started career readiness, and to stand there and say that, and not wait for a bill to be enacted, and signed. It is, and thank you, Ms. Haskey, for saying what you did. But I wanted to ask Ms. George on the CAT team. Do you know why we got away from that? I don't ever remember dissolving it as a board. I just wonder what happened. And if you know that, can you share that?
Yes, Ms. Aspis. Well, I believe, well, it happened in-house with that administration. It just happened in-house when they brought in new directors, and one of them felt that that program wasn't relevant, and they stopped the traditional healing, which was at that time was Mr. Keeswood. He was the traditionalist that would help and go meet with students as they needed if they were traditional, if they requested it. And then also with Miss Rachel Brown, she was also one of the traditionalists that would also go meet with the students and kind of talk to the students about their issues or their challenges and relevancy to their stories, like the Twin Warrior stories or the Monster Slayer stories. She would do that for them. And then they had mediation programs and then the Peacemaker also. And the Peacemaker program was stopped by that same individual because they didn't see the relevancy in it. And it was just done in-house. And so it was a big discredit. There was a lot of programs that were, we had behavioral health in Shiprock that would take in students for addictions, for just behavioral health issues, suicide ideations. And we had a system set up to where there was a suicide ideation, the student would get transported to the emergency room. And we would call ahead to enough counseling and let the psychologist there know that there was a student inbound with suicide ideations and they were going to the ER, and that psychologist would send their either their social worker or themselves, the psychologist would go to that ER room and meet with the student then, and then get them started, on services right away. And then they would connect with school-based health clinic as well. And we really had a really good rapport with the school-based health clinic doctors at Newcomb, especially Newcomb and Shiprock. Those school-based health doctors would really work and refer students. We really, it was just a really good program with the cultural assistance team. And when it got dismantled, it was, we started seeing kids fall through the cracks. And that's what it was initially started for, was for the social workers. When we started hiring social workers in the district, they would catch students who couldn't make it to IHS or couldn't get an appointment at enough counseling, or they just couldn't get services. So the social workers would come in and meet with them and do like mediations. They would meet with the students on the social emotional parts. And that's where that was our safety net right there. That's where we caught the kids who just kind of fell through the cracks or just got missed. That was the safety net there. And like I said, it was just dismantled when some new directors or people who had key positions to help these students thought that there wasn't a relevancy or a need for those services. And that's where it just stopped, and then everybody got moved.
Any other comments, questions?
Thank you, Ms. George, for that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Chappelle.
Just before Ms. Chappelle presents, to answer the question by Madam George, why was it not implemented a long time ago? The Black Education Act was proposed in March of So beginning of this month, August 1st, this is what we got from the New Mexico PED. I don't know, I would give that question to them and why they're not pushing it to be implemented in the schools. And so they gave us a date or due date for November 30th. And so we're actually way ahead of that due date, and so I just wanted to emphasize that we're that many steps ahead. And as Mr. Jermaine's gonna present here, you'll see in our draft that some of the questions that you guys had about the cohesiveness of other cultures, it's all in this draft policy, and she'll go ahead and go over that with you. And it's gonna be it encompasses all cultures, and even the Filipino and Asian culture as well too.
May I?
Go ahead.
So, I listening to Miss George, and she's a mother that has half Black, half Navajo children, and I never knew that. That the words that she said, Jini, I always thought that was Navajo for Black. That was acceptable. But the other word that she used, and which is more favorable, that could be included in these presentations. So, as far as knowledge, and then also for our Asian community, to find, the right words for them also in Navajo. And I think, I don't know, I guess in saying that right off, I'm thinking we just celebrated Navajo Code Talker Day, and some of those words were from that, and they had their own Navajo words, and so this is really interesting, and it's good that it's brought up, because and I'm really glad that Miss George had to share that something like that, because I never knew, and now we look at other cultures and other ethnicities, and we need to find out what the proper words are for them also.
Anything else? Okay, Ms. Chappelle.
Board President, board members, what I'm presenting to you is in line with the presentation, and we have just internally titled it Commitment to Equity and Educational Opportunities, but we would like a lot of input on that. And so the task we were given with respect to the Black Education Act was to implement the Black Education Act into policy. And after discussion internally and from community members, it was felt that it really should be a cohesive policy. I absolutely agree with the sentiment many board members have raised, that it shouldn't have taken an act for these acts to become policy. And it's odd to me that the other acts didn't require those to become policies. So the process that we went through internally to come up with this policy was to have an initial draft. We thought it would be helpful to have community input, then bring it to the board for initial input and discussion. Like Mr. Russell indicated, the deadline isn't until November 30th for us to have this in policy. So that gives the board and the community and staff quite a bit of time to get this policy the way that the board wants it. I can stand for questions before I jump into it, but I thought would it be helpful for me to give you an overview of it and then read it, or what is the board's pleasure? Can you guys hear me okay?
There are some
Yes,
head
we
nods,
can.
yes.
Okay.
Here, yeah.
My apologies. I can't see you guys very well, so I apologize. It looks like we have a couple hands up. I will pause, board president, if you want me to. Oh, it's Eric says, yes, we can hear you. Thank you, sir. So board, the overall structure of this is very general. The thought process is we do give summaries on Yazzie Martinez and the Cultural Education Acts, and then go through some mission language and some language surrounding the types of programs that are being recommended to help bridge gaps and achieve the goals that we've been talking about. The other thing that I think is helpful to point out is the policy also recommends having a strategic equity plan. We have been doing internal mapping that would become that plan. We believe we can have that strategic equity plan, at least a rough draft of that, ready for community and board review in September. And what that would be doing is we've been talking about what we want to accomplish. The strategic equity plan would describe what we're going to accomplish, but how we're going to accomplish those things with metrics, data, accountability, and benchmarks. And so that would then be essentially the equity plan on how we're going to bridge gaps and accomplish the goals that we've been talking about. I can pause for questions, or I can launch into reading the draft policy. Again, this is very preliminary. We just wanted to have something for the board to start looking at, reviewing, and to know that some significant community input had already gone into it. Board President, what's your pleasure?
Proceed. When we have a question, we'll interrupt you.
Okay, sounds good. CCSD recognizes the findings in Yazzie Martinez v. State of New Mexico and the historic inequitable actions that have resulted in academic achievement and social emotional gaps of students. CCSD further recognizes the value of diverse culture and language and the implementation of the Hispanic Education Act, Indian Education Act, Black Education Act, and Bilingual Multicultural Education Programs Act. These cultural education statutes provide goals and requirements for providing Native American, Hispanic, African American English language learners, and at-risk students with an equitable, culturally relevant education through collaboration between relevant governmental entities and tribes, schools, and the state. CCSD also recognizes the importance of identifying learning and other disabilities early in students' education so that the district can provide support and resources as early as possible to help students grow and learn to the best of their ability. With the implementation of this policy, CCSD is beginning a process by which it is evaluating the best mechanisms to incorporate the requirements of the following sources of law. Yazi Martinez v. State of New Mexico. In 2014, students, parents, and school districts filed 2 lawsuits, Martinez v. State of New Mexico and Yazi v. State of New Mexico, alleging the state was not providing students with a sufficient education, especially Native American students, English language learners, students with disabilities, low-income students, and other students at risk of poor outcomes. In July 2018, the district court ruled that the state's public education funding, oversight, and outcomes did not meet the state's constitutional obligation to provide a sufficient education to these students. Excuse me. Overall, the court found student achievement and attainment dismal and attributed these poor educational outputs to insufficient educational funding and state oversight. Native American students, who make up over 95% of enrollment at CCSD, have significant educational and social emotional gaps as compared to their peers on state and national measures of achievement. Additionally, we have Hispanic, Filipino, African American, Anglo, and students of multicultural descent. Our district has extremely high poverty rates, and many of our children face challenges with homelessness, hunger, trauma, abuse, neglect, and other social injustices. Many of our students have learning and other disabilities. In recognition of the Yazi Martinez decision, CCSD is committed to addressing the needs of all of its students from a holistic, whole child approach to ensure that we bridge educational and social emotional gaps as quickly as possible. Bilingual Multicultural Education Programs Act requires that school districts provide English language learners with programs that use 2 languages, including English and the home or heritage language as a medium of instruction in the teaching and learning process. Indian Education Act requires that Native American students in New Mexico are provided with opportunities for equitable and culturally appropriate education in public schools. State and school districts and charter schools are required to collaborate with tribal governments on matters related to curricula, teaching, support services, and other programs to meet the needs of Native American students. Requires improved educational opportunities for Native American students for the purpose of closing the achievement gap, increasing graduation rates, and increasing post-secondary enrollment, retention, and completion. Hispanic Education Act requires improvement educational opportunities for Hispanic students for the purpose of closing the achievement gap, increasing graduation rates, and increasing post-secondary enrollment, retention, and completion. Black Education Act requires the inclusion of culturally inclusive curricula, anti-racism policies, racial sensitivity, and anti-racism training. Requires the creation of an advisory council, Black Education Liaison, Curriculum Coordinator, Hotline Manager, and Professional Development Training Coordinator. Requires implementation of restorative justice disciplinary procedures. Allows students to carry and administer his or her own medication, including asthma and anaphylaxis medication as recommended by a healthcare provider. The Intercultural Community Outreach Department, or ICO. Historically, there have been deficiencies and difficulties with adequate funding and other structural and programmatic challenges, which have resulted in a system that has not served the needs of our students in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. As a result, the district has created a new department with expanded staffing and resources, the Intercultural Community Outreach Department, ICO, to ensure that CCSD is implementing and coordinating programs that bridge all student gaps and tracks and assesses the progress of these programs on student outcomes. CCSD is committed to the cultural enrichment of all students through programs rooted in the preservation and extension of cultural and linguistic knowledge and values. CCSD is committed to intercultural education and views cultural diversity as a valuable resource that should be preserved and extended. CCSD's goal is to prepare students to live and learn in a world with more opportunities than the past, with an understanding of the importance of their own culture and the culture of others. CCSD strives to provide a positive learning and work environment for all students and staff by developing, implementing, and monitoring policies, programs, and procedures that enhance cultural awareness, understanding, knowledge, and diversity, provide meaningful intercultural education, and promote diversity in staffing for CCSD. CCSD is committed to the principles and practices of education that recognize and celebrate cultural diversity as an essential ingredient to student success and the fulfillment of CCSD's mission to provide a quality education for every student. This commitment is directed toward the elimination of racism and prejudice and the removal of cultural barriers wherever they may exist throughout CCSD, including intentional or unintentional discriminatory practices in classrooms, schools, offices, and other workplaces and learning environments. The goal of CCSD is to prepare students to live and work in a global intercultural society by creating and supporting a teaching, learning environment where all students and staff understand and value commonalities and differences within and across various cultures in order to produce a harmonious community of lifelong learners. Contributions to this education process will require staff, students, parents, and community involvement, as well as interagency and government-to-government collaboration. CCSD is committed to providing opportunities for all staff to learn about various cultures and to improve their skills in cross-cultural communication. The school system shall continue to promote a diverse workforce by increasing personnel recruitment efforts and by fulfilling the commitment to maintain a school district that is free of prejudice and illegal discrimination in all aspects of employment. Development and implementation of strategic equity plan. Together with input from community and tribal stakeholders, parents, students, and staff, CCSD shall develop and implement a strategic equity plan that provides cultural and linguistic responsive instruction for all students, appropriate instructional and assessment practices in general and special education, bilingual and biliteracy opportunities for all students to develop cultural understanding, respect and knowledge of their culture and other cultures, and holistic wellness programs that address the social emotional needs of students. The board directs the superintendent to develop and implement the system-wide strategic equity procedural directive from this policy with clear accountability and metrics that will result in measurable academic improvements for CCSD students. The superintendent shall regularly report progress on the plan and outcomes. CCSD created the Intercultural Community Outreach Department and the Equity Council to assist the district in the development and implementation of the equity plan and the elimination of academic achievement and social emotional gaps through the following measures. 1, programs that remove barriers to learning. Assist students in addressing their internal barriers to learning through programs that instill resiliency and self-sufficiency, coping skills, social emotional wellness, and life skills. Incorporate and promote holistic wellness, skills, and knowledge to be one's best self and the ability to thrive regardless of the circumstances. Teach students life skills necessary to be an adult. Teach better decision-making and sound judgment. Provide resources necessary to support the student to navigate challenging circumstances they may be facing and promote healthy self-identity. 2, programs and resources that minimize external barriers to learning by providing equitable access to education, culture, and language, providing resources to support students and challenges they may face due to external factors involving homelessness, food scarcity, familial unemployment, poverty, neglect, abuse, or trauma, safety, health, and/or disability. 3, programs that affirmatively address closing educational and social emotional gaps with equitable access to learning opportunities. Implementation of restorative justice approaches to discipline so that students learn natural consequences to actions, accountability, making right the harm or wrong they caused others, learning from mistakes, creating connection and/or community between students and adults, and making better decisions. Programs that assist students in addressing challenges rather than engage in problem avoidance with substance abuse or other damaging behaviors. Programs that instill respect of one's own culture and other cultures. Programs that promote culture and language as a strength and asset. Implement hiring practices, training, and leadership advancement that promotes diverse staff and diverse students. Curriculum that instills critical thinking skills and cultural inclusion, racial sensitivity, and anti-racism training. create pathways to develop and promote student leadership, advocacy, and voice, prioritize culture and language, implement training and policies that allow for the self-administration of certain medicines, provide training and mentorship in de-escalation, CPI, and first aid, make cultural, linguistic, relevant instruction and multi-layered student systems a focus and component of all curriculum, and expand data programs and resources to monitor and track student proficiency and assessment. 4, Equity Council, include a liaison for each culture, ethnicity, for example, Native American, African American, Hispanic, Filipino, Anglo, etc. Hotline, include hotline manager, training on anti-racism, anti-oppression, racial sensitivity, expansion of see something, say something. And then the next sets of draft policies that would go along with this would be key definitions, a description of the ICO and programs, description of Equity Council, expansion of data program, reporting requirements, benchmarks, and metrics. And with that, I stand for questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
So, looking at this, this is a policy that you're rewriting?
It's a brand new policy that we, I guess that staff is recommending the board to review.
I'd like to, Board President, I'd like to table it until we have a full board physically present. And I'd like to discuss it more.
Are you suggesting we go through this whole thing again?
Yes.
We've been 2.5 hours on it.
Yeah, but I think there's some things that I don't think that's enough. I don't think the 2 hours is enough. And according to our oath, I don't think we're being thorough on this. Anyhow, I'd like to put it up for a vote. It's not based on just me. I'd like to put it up for a vote. I think we need to go over it.
Board President, board members, Board Member Aspis, this is, like you said, a very initial draft, and it's meant for discussion. Absolutely agree that there could be a lot more that goes into this, but like we indicated in the beginning, this is just meant to begin discussion on the policy. We still have 3 months before we have to have anything actually on the books. So we have quite a bit of time to continue the discussion. And that's what it was meant to do, was just to start the discussion, Board Member Aspis and board members.
If I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I believe there's nothing on here in the consent agenda to approve it anyway, per the explanation of the discussion. And I do agree with Ms. Aspis that there should be further deliberation to the language and the application of the language within this policy. And also certainly with some of the information that's come out regarding some of these other issues and concerns that have come up from the general public, that if we have a revised draft, that we can certainly present it to them and get their input as well. Thank you.
You're talking about the draft that Ms. Chappelle just went through?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were going to have Mr. Russell present his whole thing too.
No. No.
That's
I
what.
mean, not that that was bad, but no, I think we need to discuss.
Okay. I didn't want to drag him through that again.
No, just the draft.
Yeah, just to clarify,
draft.
it's a beginning place to start the conversation. We didn't want this to be rushed, and that's why we're bringing it to you now.
Okay.
Appreciate that clarification.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you
In
very
fact, it would be a great topic for a board retreat.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montoya and Shima, and then Mr. Wells and Mr. Carlson. Please have a good night.
Item H, proposal to re-implement PACS by Ms. Jennifer Huffman.
May I begin? Can you all hear me?
We can. Please begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Board President Wells, Superintendent Carlson, and members of the board. I've been asked by Mr. Carlson to bring an overview of PACS at CCSD. I have put together, for my portion of this presentation, kind of the history of PACS at CCSD. And I have also brought in a guest presenter, Mr. Eric Manolito, who can give more of the nuts and bolts of PACS, explain what it is, what it isn't, and what he's seen in his role as the Indigenous liaison, the tribal liaison from the Office of Substance Abuse Prevention. So that's kind of the context of the presentation this evening. So in 2018 and 19, PACS began at CCSD when we had some alarming data reported. District-wide, we had a total number of behavioral health incidents at 786, and those included but were not limited to suicidal ideation, self-injury, bullying, depression, anxiety, substance abuse. We also had some suicide issues. We had student verbalizations of suicidal ideation. We had 78 of those. District-wide self-harm incidents without accompanying suicidal ideation. We had 48 of those. We had some grief issues going on. District-wide, 144 students expressing unresolved grief issues and not really having the skills to manage those feelings. And then other factors that were happening in the community. I understand there was a power plant closure affecting financial stability and resulting in unemployment concerns and financial crisis in some of our families. The students involved in those incidents that were mentioned were actually as young as second grade. And I was told when I was doing my asking about this was prior to my coming to the district, that there were some completed suicides among our students in 2017-18 and 2018-19. And that all of these things created a really strong sense of urgency, particularly in the safety team. I do believe that at that time, possibly the cultural assistance team was involved in this. Ms. George would be able to express that a little bit more. I know the safety team at the time was led by Shaka Rucker, and also involves some of our social workers. And they were trying to move quickly to identify an effective cell program with proven results for our Indigenous students. Then in 2018-19, they landed on PACS. And PACS is called the PACS Good Behavior Game. That's the school component of PACS. And it's an evidence-based set of key practices that are designed to help students achieve the self-actualization level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And that's the colored pyramid on the right-hand side. The Yazzie ruling, which also came like a little later, 2019, that came into play, that requires districts to create conditions for equity for students. And that only happens if students feel safe and part of a community at school. PACS is sponsored by the state of New Mexico and by the New Mexico Human Services Department, their Behavioral Health Services Division, and the Office of Substance Abuse Prevention. It's a National Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, National Registry of Evidence-Based Programs and Practices, and Coop Consulting is the statewide partner who's responsible for delivering PACS training and support in New Mexico schools. And PACS comes at no cost to districts. In 2019-20, all 8 elementary schools and district administrators received training in the PACS Good Behavior Game, and our initial implementation and support began. We trained PACS partners in each school and at the district level. Some of those district PACS partners included Dr. Begay, Ms. Benali, Cheryl Benali, Rachel Brown, Diane Foster, Christine Hubble, Bellamy Diarra Presley, and myself, and I was serving as Nash Chitty Elementary Principal at that time. Most schools were at full implementation of all 8 kernels or practices of PACS prior to the winter break, then COVID. And because of that initial training, many of our schools were able to partner with families and send home parent handbooks and provide resources online via YouTube and other virtual platforms. In 2020-2021, most of our schools were closed until after Christmas break, but our teachers were still using PACS practices virtually. And that same fall, NMPED rolled out requirements that every school adopt CEL and PBIS models, and both are required to be part of every school's safety plan. So those have to be articulated within the safety plan. And at the district level here, plans were made to re-implement the training and support the model, which had been started before the pandemic. And my understanding is I came to the district level in the spring of 2021 that there was conversation with principals about how we could re-implement PACS moving forward. Then in 2021-22, our schools were still very uncertain how we were going to do school, model school due to the pandemic. And our school-wide and PBIS and CEL programs were at that time moved under the purview of the CNI department. Previously, they had been under SSO. Elementary principals last school year were pulled and they opted to stay with PACS as the elementary CEL PBIS system and platform. And PACS training was scheduled for all of our teachers and staff who were new or who wanted or needed a refresher in the PACS kernels and how to utilize PACS in the classroom. At the same time, New Mexico statute was passed, I think it was 2020, that required effective implementation of intervention models, and PACS is an intervention model. And so then last school year, as schools started rolling back up, our teachers and our students were experiencing a lot of stress due to being back at school after the pandemic, trying to adjust to that. And the executive leadership of the district directed the CNI team to counsel all professional development for teachers. So PACS was still present, but it just wasn't as present and as supported as we had previously been supporting it prior to the pandemic. And even though we weren't able to provide training and support for PACS implementation in those classrooms that continued their implementation of PACS we did see a significant improvement in dysregulated behaviors in classrooms that were implementing PACS. So the light green is the post information on the graph, and the dark green is the pre-information, and the numbers are dysregulatory behaviors. They call them spleens as one of the PACS kernels. It's called a spleen. And the idea is that it's not good, it's not bad, it's just a thing. And so it's a dysregulation of behavior, something that's off task or keeping the student from being focused on the moment in time. It is important to note, however, that when we began, the data we began with was collected from 88 classrooms, and the end of year data was collected from only 48 classrooms. So, and spleen counts are collected by the PACS partners both in the school and in the district. So now that leads us to this year, and we are looking at I won't say it's a revival. I won't say it's a re-implementation because PACS has always been here or since 2019. It hasn't really gone away. It's just that the C&I department is in a position to provide the support that teachers need. And with 35% of teachers being new, with that statistic, which Mr. Deswood shared with me a couple days ago, there is a need for SEL programming and for teachers to have some tools in the toolkit. And besides the PED and statutory requirements, I've been doing some research on the effects of the pandemic specifically, and specifically on Diné families. And this is just one quote from one study, but there are multiple studies that show this information. And, you know, Mr. Russell shared tonight that children have a need for belonging and community, and that is the result of social emotional learning. And this quote says, the pandemic had a significant impact on these people who were interviewed and their families. And many family members contracted COVID. Some children lost family members. Many of our children lost family members. And half of the interviewed parents reported a decline in their child's mental health. So with all of those things compacted and coming back to school in person at full capacity in our buildings, and based on the feedback we've gotten as well, we had some assessments or surveys in the spring, needs assessments for writing of our grants. There's a strong request for social emotional learning. Our principals have expressed a need for support with social emotional learning. The Lifting Our Children Summit that was co-sponsored by ICO, CNI, and SSO in the spring also presented an opportunity for feedback, and most of those families in attendance expressed a really strong desire for their children to have access to SEL programs consistently. And the three departments continue to work together to provide those supports for implementation of SEL. And it's really, it's trauma-informed support for our students. So the question is, what is the C&I team doing to revitalize or re-energize our PACS implementation? And the answer to that is that we're providing training and support for PACS in our elementary schools. And as Dr. Begay mentioned, working on training and support for some other SEL and PBIS programming at our middle schools and high schools and some other departments. That includes restorative discipline. Our Shiprock High School is in year 3 of implementation of the restorative conversations model. It is referenced in board policy. Board policy J2550 does have a little snippet about restorative conversations. And I know that Shiprock High School uses Navajo peacemakers as well. KCHS and NHS and career prep are in the beginning stages. I think they're year 2. They've had some folks trained and don't have as many. But there will be more about that next month. And so that's kind of the historical timeline for PACS up to where we are now. And I'm going to turn it over to Eric Manolito, who is the tribal liaison for the Office of Substance Abuse Prevention from the New Mexico, I forgot the exact name of it right now, the New Mexico Human Services Department. But before I do that, I do want to pause and see if there are any questions.
Mr. President.
Do you have a question?
Yes. According to the PED, New Mexico PED, superintendent, they state, we are not telling you what programs to use. I mean, that's in their own language, and I understand that the state has to have that PBIS available, especially under the circumstance, and I've even said it myself, to the return of the students into the schools and the stress that they're facing. That also includes the educators as well, correct? The educators that are also feeling stress as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, so my question is PACS the only tool for the toolbox to be used?
Do you mean from our teachers or teachers in general?
In general.
No. If you'd like, I can expand on that. So I wasn't around when the administration decided on PACS. I don't disagree with the choice, and I think that Mr. Manolito will kind of lead us into that discussion of why it was a really good choice. Again, I don't think it's a revitalization so much as just kind of a rekindling. Ms. Huffman said kind of a re-energizing of the program. I think it provides a really good framework to kind of jumpstart the process of helping folks with their classroom management, and also to help buildings kind of work on their culture in the elementary level. In answer to your question, as far as is it the only tool? No, but it's something that has already been put in place, and by actually having kind of a rekindling and kind of going over, which you meant, Ms. Huffman mentioned the kernels. I actually pulled up some of the kernels here. PACS is just a real good example of how most programs work. They bring in existing tools that already work. Some of the kernels, one is PACS Sticks, which basically uses popsicle sticks to help randomize calling on students. That was done before PACS. So PACS just kind of incorporated in, that's one of their kernels. They use PACS Voices. PACS Voices just means as we're talking in a classroom, there's different voices we use. And if the teacher's talking, we don't talk to one another. And if we're talking in groups, we use a certain voice. And teachers use those kind of classroom management strategies anyway. So what I'm trying to say is the majority of these kernels are just strategies that teachers use. And you brought up the point that they can use their own classroom management tools and be just as effective. If teachers have their own tools, as an administrator, I would allow those teachers to use those tools that are effective. But I would provide this training and this framework so that they can use these PACS kernels as much as they need to. I don't know if that really answered all of that question. I kind of went off in several different directions. But
no, it did. And to use their own words, PACS says it's not a classroom management tool. So the application to use it as classroom management, they themselves say it's not. But to your point of strategies to be utilized, I think I've been around education.
That's correct, Mr. Montoya. PACS isn't, it's not really, it's a set of strategies. It's not necessarily a classroom management system. And I'm gonna let Mr. Manolito go more in depth with that. He can explain his experience with PACS and particularly the implementation of PACS in Indigenous communities. And you are correct that PED does not require a certain program, but they do support the use of PACS through the New Mexico Human Services Department and have been helpful in supporting schools to implement. So Mr. Manolito is the tribal liaison. And
you don't mind if I finish, do you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So what I was trying to say, again, in respects to that, is that the application, and I'm not pushing back on PACS itself, because as you stated, there's educators who do parts of it anyway. They call it something different. And yet, the problem that I have is the implementation. And it's certainly not to push back on anybody in respects to, and the gentleman who's going to do the presentation, the tribal liaison. I know it has its good. I know it does. But my point is when you have an educator, or educators, plural, many, throughout this district who are successful in managing their classroom and have done it for years, 20 plus years in some cases, I know for 30 years. And quite frankly, one of them is in your former school, 30 plus years, who utilizes like systems from PACS, but calls it their own, have been doing it for a very long time, and others throughout the district. My issue and concern is again, when we're going in there to upset that because of in my opinion, a want, when we get to you shall, you will, you must. Okay, when you do that, what do? You create resentment. And that has a trickle-down effect. Okay, so when we start getting into curriculum deviations, where a teacher is utilizing their best judgment, even when you get into the MLSS, differentiated instruction, same application for the classroom management, correct? Pretty simple.
Yes.
Okay. When you take those applications and utilize them, and you allow that educator to use their best judgment in respects and to response to the individuals in their class, the children, and they're able to manage, then why go in and upset the apple cart? If it's not fixed, or if it's not broke, why fix it? And again, to what I was saying about resentment and that trickle-down effect, I've been saying this for a long time, and my problems, not necessarily with just the district in and of itself, with people who manage that way in general, but even the impositions of the state. You've heard me say that before, and I've said this on this board, about how the state uses that authority and imposes, and it has a trickle-down effect to the districts, to the superintendents, to the administrators, to the building principals, inevitably to the teachers, who then, because of that resentment, it comes out in their education towards these kids and the way they teach them. And there are those who have said and told me, and that's not the one that's most near and dear to me, but other educators have told me they feel that life is being sucked out of them. And that's why there's a lot of them who have left education, because they have become administrative data collectors. And again, to me, this is the second time I've heard it doesn't cost anything. Well, even in their own, some of the reports that I've read coming out of Ohio, $1,000 per individual, that's money. So to say it doesn't cost money, it does. It takes 3 years to fully implement it. Time is money, is it not? So for a person to sit there and tell me that it doesn't cost the district anything, it does. Especially now in regards to when we're trying to make up for 2 years of education. When you have a class that's 4th grade class and you have kids that have gone in there and moved in and have missed an education for 2 years, now you're trying to make up something that they didn't receive in 2nd grade. What do? We just move on and keep trudging forward and hope they play catch up. See, and then again, the imposition, in my humble opinion, of how these things are incorporated. Like I said, my problem is not necessarily, and I don't need the education that PACS, because I've read the studies. But it's how we implement these things that I have a problem with. And I think anybody with a reasonable mind, when they start going around, and again, we spoke about this last Thursday, of the use of hiding behind the district says or the state says, and forcing people to do something that they're already successful at doing. And why change it? Why change that system? In my humble opinion, if I had that magic wand, I'd make those assessments and those evaluations when you go into those classrooms, just like any good manager would do, just like you did when you first came in there. You sat and talked to people, did you not?
I did.
Absolutely. So that's a smart thing to do. Again, some of the things we talked about adaptive leadership and making those adjustments that way and seeing and being able to make a true evaluation rather than just walking in and changing it for the sake of changing it. I know how this program started. I know where it started. I know where it came from. And again, it's not that I have a problem in general with the program itself. It's the implementation of the program, and in any of them. I've said this before. We've had discussions about New York Engage, and even, again, some of the reports that I said, 6.5 hours doesn't make a PACS expert. It has to be done slowly, incrementally. There has to be buy-in. But again, when you go around and start telling teachers, you shall, you will, you must, you've just created a building with resentment. Yeah, granted, you're going to have people who will do it, but to what detriment? Inevitably, that falls on the kids. And we talk about their well-being. That's why I asked the question at the beginning. What about the teacher's well-being? What about the attitude of the teacher? Especially when you have those that are invested for over 15, 20, 25 years, 30 years. Now it's an imposition again of you shall, you will, you must. What are you going to do, fire them? Just because? Are you going to start labeling these teachers as problem educators? Give them a bad valuation? What if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in a building are exemplary educators? We make a decision just because they don't go along with the game and play the game, the PACS game, when they already have a system in place that will suffice, but no one's done any investigation to find out how successful they are. It would be like going to the mine, telling Miss Aspis how to do her job as an electrician when she's been doing it for 20 plus years. No, you're going to do it this way because I said you will. It's not very productive.
So I can answer that just a little bit. I don't know if you want me to or not, but I think if anybody would go to the mine to try to help Miss Aspis, it wouldn't be you're doing this wrong. It would be here's another tool, here's another strategy that you might be able to use it. You might be able to help, and she would have the opportunity to say, yeah, I can use that, or you know what, the way I'm doing it works just fine. The district isn't going around and hammering this down people. It's not shoving it down people's throat and hammering it. They're just saying, here are some strategies you can use. There's nothing wrong with listening to the strategies and trying to figure out, can I incorporate those strategies? And a lot of the teachers have already had the training and aren't going to need it anymore. Again, I mean, it's the district's goal is just to provide an environment where students can go in and feel welcomed, which is super important. Feel like there's no trauma in the schools, in the classrooms. That's what the district wants to do, and to provide teachers tools. That's all we can do is provide tools. I mean, we're not going in and monitoring the use of it.
I certainly appreciate your response, Superintendent, because again, attending those 3 back-to-school celebrations, I heard approximately 150 times, we're here to work with you, support you, help you. I didn't hear impose. So if what you're saying is true, there's nothing wrong with listening. There's nothing wrong with evaluating and assessing. And again, per the New Mexico PED's own words, I'm not telling you how to do and what to use, but certainly giving them options. And as I've said before, you give them a nice big red snap-on toolbox with educational strategies and say, if you need it, you can use it. If you're doing just fine, then keep doing it. So again, my angst is not necessarily with the program itself, but the implementation of the program. That's really what I wanted to hear was why. You gotta have context. We talked about that before. There's not enough of that. There hasn't been enough of that in this district for a very long time. Because again, as we said last Thursday, and President Wells alluded to it when I made that comment about they use the district said or the state said to hide behind to force people to do things. Quite frankly, that's very deceptive and deceiving and not right, in my opinion. So, thank you.
Ms. Aspis.
So, with that said, on this PAX, I was first introduced to it by Miss Bellamy, and I really thought it was a good tool, and enjoyed going through the training of it, but then since then it's gone away, and but that was a total different time, and I'm sitting here listening to this, and we talk about leadership, and that you took the time to speak to Mr. Montoya as a board member. I didn't get that same privilege, but well, I shouldn't say privilege, but that same time with you. And however, looking at the situation, I wonder, my thoughts kind of comparable to, and I agree. This is a total different time where time is money, and our priorities are different now at this time, and with the catching up that we need to do, and then I appreciate the analogy used, and you have somebody that's in their profession, 20 plus years in their profession, their careers. It's good that you would think you would have a supervisor that has confidence, and if they needed that extra tool or whatever, they come and they ask for it, but I think right now we're in a different time. We're playing catch up, and every second, every minute of the classroom time is important, and therefore that's why I was so glad to hear my community ask for the traditional 5-day, and because I feel like that was important, and so I think with this tool, this PAX, I think it's not needed. not where I guess what it's being intended for. And I can only go on what I've seen through the years. I'm not a teacher, but hearing some of these comments over the years, you know, classroom time is important, is essential, and then, you know, the comments and remarks made about traditional 5-day compared to a 4-day week schooling, and then even with the K-5 and extended learning, people not only here, not only in the community, but in the conferences, how that was a joke. It didn't really seem to really address that lack of learning. And so then now what makes me wonder here is that you have two board members that really don't want to see and leave it up to the teacher, the instructors to make that analysis or that recommendation or that need, if they need that tool. But then we can't tell you as a superintendent what to do. But do you do it anyway? Because you know we can't do that. I mean,
It's a good question.
And
HB 212.
you know, it's just knowing. Again, I go back to it's a total different time. We're still in a pandemic. We just come back into in person, and you know, there's our priorities, I would think, are a little bit different. So I say that I don't know. To me, I feel like Board Member Montoya is speaking from a parent more than a board member. That's how I look at it. And and PAX did have some good things, but I think it's not necessary right now.
Can I respond to that?
Let me interject before you.
Go ahead.
As I said, it's not I have a problem with the entirety of the program. It's the implementation and the use of. I think that's to some degree what Ms. Aspas has alluded to as well. Again, it's the trusting the judgment of the educators in the rooms who know how to make those assessments. And if there's a lot of people who have not heard of primed recognition decision making, what you and I have talked about. It's a process where people make decisions on the fly through experience. And that's one evaluative process that isn't taught in the educational institutions. It's learned from actually doing. And it's a very, very powerful tool. And it's something that I personally rely on because of the industries in which I've worked. And it allows you to make those snap judgments just as an educator, a good educator who is attentive in those classrooms can make those assessments. But you have to trust those assessments. But again, you have to give them the tools to be able to make those assessments as well. So it's really about having a toolbox that necessitates a response that is going to work for those kids, because they all come to the classroom, as we all know, with different talents and different challenges. And who better to make those decisions to address those than the educator in that building or in that room? Now, to Ms. Aspas's point of a concerned parent, absolutely. Concerned grandparent, and dare I say, coming from an educated perspective, working very closely to completing that master's degree in educational leadership, applying that to that as well. So it's not just from a perch as a board member sitting here just because I don't like a program. For the third time now, it's not that I have an issue with PACS in general. It's the application of the program. Allow them to use it as a tool if they need, like any other strategy. Again, they're the ones that are in that classroom making that judgment. And if that's the case, and if the administration or the principal is going to sit there and say, no, you shall, you will, you must, hell, let's save the district a ton of money and get rid of all the teachers and put in educational assistants in there. And tell them to walk in lockstep. Fidelity to the core. I made that suggestion about 15 years ago when they were talking about that. To a superintendent I shall not name. I said, how would you like to save the district a ton of money? His eyes got big. I said, get rid of your teachers. Because the magic word of the day at that time was fidelity to the core. Just put somebody that's in there, you're going to get cookie cutter. They'll all do the same, be on the same chapter, same page, same book. Again, MLSS, differentiated instruction. That's the core of what they talk about. To the New Mexico PED. I read it. So, and the same application with PACS. I mean, if there's those teachers who need it, let them use it. But again, it's going to be that case-by-case basis in those classrooms to apply as needed. And again, they may be using something that's very similar, just like you said with the popsicle sticks. I know quite a few teachers who do that. So that's my 2.5 cents adjusted for inflation. Oh wait, Biden said there's no inflation, so I guess it's 2.5 cents. But I yield back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Manolito, and if you'd like, I can expand a little bit more.
Very much, guys. I do appreciate the time to discuss more on what is PACS. Beyond that, here on the screen, you can see some of the key programs, key work identities I do as a tribal liaison. Definitely partnering with the PACS Institute out in Tucson, Arizona, as well as the New Mexico OSAP and COOP Consulting to bring about trainings and workshops throughout the state of New Mexico. And definitely partnering with our partners at each of the schools. Some of the questions that I was noting in the comments, PACS partners are trained to go through those processes about why should I do PACS, or how can I bring this in my room when I already have my X, Y, and Z's, especially 15 plus, 20 plus year teaching careers. And those teachers are definitely a stakeholder when it comes to a campus. So when we look at PACS, in all, it means peace, productivity, health, and happiness for an overall school, community, and classroom. But at the same time, getting to that peace, productivity, health, and happiness does take time. PACS, like it mentions here, is a system of research-based practices. And the key thing is that they teach self-regulation and resiliency skills, and especially delaying gratification. The kernels that were mentioned, such as utilizing the popsicle sticks, what I like to utilize is the harmonica, and then the written notes of appreciations. Those teach self-regulation. And you have to go through that process to learn self-regulation, just like we're learning how to read and write and do math, do arithmetic, and how to speak, how to be able to structurally voice opinions. We practice it, routine and consistency. And when you go through this process with students, they learn self-regulation so that they can have the equipped skill set to understand how to stop and think in certain situations. It might be relating to that prime recognition decision making that you were mentioning, to stop and think for a moment rather than just react. So PACS does do that. It helps to make a place safe enough for students to go through that process, to learn self-regulation, to learn to be able to make a mistake and comfortably get back up and move forward. And the nice thing with PACS here in New Mexico is that we work with 22 to 23 Native tribes throughout the state. So we try to make our work approachable with the local cultures that do take place. So some of the go-tos that I've known is the Toodle Note, those written notes of appreciations that have been translated into the Denebizad and into the Hickory Apache language. For them, it's called Natsozit Hidden. It's those thank you notes. So they practice those there in the classrooms. And we're getting back to what PACS is and what it isn't. PACS is more than just a classroom management program. That is definitely a benefit. It's definitely a gain that comes about when you practice it. PACS looks at teaching that self-regulation, looks at growing how to delay gratification and then follow up right away with gratification. To do that, it does take practice. And in a lot of the sites that we work with, there are some teachers who are not adamant to do it. They may try 1 or 2 kernels, and that's an understandable thing to work with. It is a school-wide system, but when I'm working with different sites and communities, I've seen some struggles in some communities. One of our strongest PACS sites that has been ongoing for roughly 6 years now, they had issues within their middle school program with trying to do PACS, but in the elementary, it did flourish because students are prone to go from one grade level to another. When those elementary students got into the middle school, the teachers noticed how focused, how much self-regulation they had. So when they showed up to a classroom, those students knew what that environment would be like. They knew what questions to ask of the teachers. And when the teachers noted that these were PACS students, they're kind of willing to try out a few more of those kernels. And it's one site that I'm continuing to work with now. Beyond the PACS Good Behavior game, you know, it's not there to really change what it is you're already doing. For those teachers who are doing 15 to 20 plus years, and they have some great experience to utilize. It could be that they're practicing several of these types of strategies already. Now, what PACS makes difference is looking at the procedures that they take. I have my own PACS sticks right here with me with a number of names on it. So it's great to do attendance. It's also good to do like testing questions on what's 2 plus 2 Woodrow. So Woodrow is like, yeah, it's 4. But at the same time, if we're asking a question that a student doesn't know, it's helpful for that student to know that they can ask for help within the classroom. Now, being able to ask for help within the classroom in an elementary level is helping them to know that they can ask for help later on. Most of the time, these kids are growing up, middle school, high school, young adults. And when they're becoming into that high school level or young adults, rather than internalize emotional pains or possibly even physical pains, they have that ground understanding that they can go and ask for help. And that's done through teaching something like PACS sticks within that elementary classroom. Now, but bottom point here, it is intended to help students and staff reach self-actualization based on Maslow's hierarchy. That looks wonderful, it sounds clean, and it looks great. On the other hand, with our PACS brochures that I've been partnering with the Paxis Institute, it says PACS in indigenous communities is a new way to bring back the old ways of taking care of each other. That's one of the powerful concepts that we try to partner with the PACS Institute and with the communities, is noting what the local culture is and how it is they would want to incorporate these different strategies. Some of them, like the Walatoa, the Cia, and San Felipe, they have some early childhood centers that went through the PACS GBG training. But what they're doing is doing a language immersion approach. And so it's taking time for translation and how to do those 10 kernels. When they finally get to reach that goal, then they're going to start implementing it there. Now here with your district, you guys want to do an immersion school, this is something ready available to partner with. That's definitely something to think about in the future times, if and when you want to continue with the PACS Good Behavior game. Now the Good Behavior game, you guys are a school board. This is definitely available for the 8 elementary schools. When children go home, it's a different world. When I went to schools, you know, the campus is where students may have gotten fed, may be warm, may actually have running electricity. So when they go home, it's a completely different environment. We're looking at making the schools nurturing, safe environments for our students. I welcome that. I think of my home as that type of environment. But there are places that we go that are not nurturing, where we have to think quickly and try to use our survival skills. Now, some of the homes can be like that. Hopefully, they're not all like that. And we have something that we refer to as PACS tools. It's an extension of the PACS program, but it can be done elsewhere beyond the classroom, like an after-school program or even at an at-home program. So that's always available. And there are several people within San Juan County who are trained to provide those workshops and those materials. You can go on to the next slide here. Now, the evidence-based PACS works. You can note those 4 bullet points there. But it does work with the social emotional learning. It does go hand in hand with the PBIS model. One thing I want to note is that it's trauma-informed care, and at the same time, ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. Children and adults who have experienced those, having some trauma-informed care within their work and as a student, that learning environment will have some positive gains in their lives. So some of the benefits that we note from PACS is that children lose out on having to take medications when they're looking at anxiety or depression or suicidality. So these are the big benefits that OSAP notes, especially with the substance abuse. So we cheerlead for that. We know that when students are learning about self-regulation, to stop and think for a moment before going on into a new activity. As those children grow up into middle school, where there are substances available to explore, that they do have the ability to stop and think before taking on those actions. Things like anxiety and depression, the pack sticks and the toodles, it builds protective factors against those, and it helps them to reach out and ask for help. There's some of the things I want to share when it comes to PACS. This is only a board meeting, and I understand that's getting later into the day and evening. But if you guys would like to learn and have a longer conversation on PACS as a tribal liaison, I'm available to do that both virtually and in person.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
So again, I asked the question at the very beginning, is it the only process? And of course, I was told no. But in regards to everything that was just presented, and even with Ms. Huffman's explanation, and again, it's the implementation, and I'm of the opinion when you have an attentive educator in that classroom, it's just what I've said about data. Torture the numbers enough, and even they will submit. But one of the things that the data doesn't tell you is truly about the inner workings of the child. And again, as to what was just explained, when you have an educator who truly cares about these kids, they will see those things, and they'll respond accordingly. It doesn't take popsicle sticks. It doesn't take toodles. It doesn't take wacky packs, whatever, or raising your CCSD gangster signs, peace signs, blowing a harmonica. It takes a human being that cares in that classroom about these kids. I've seen enough in this district, and I've said that again, that I appreciate the educators in the school district that do what they do. Now, if there are those who wish to use it as a tool, knock yourself out. But again, we all know that there are those who are doing just fine with what they have. And again, if they have it as a tool to put in their toolbox, and if they decide to utilize something out of there, well then fine, more power to them. To create a more inviting classroom. But I'm of the opinion and the experience, as I've said before, that you can walk by a classroom and hear education happening or not through disruptions. Some of the responses I've read, whether it's through the country or even in New Mexico, when it first started. Santa Fe School District, Espanola, Bloomfield. For the first time in 15 years, I have a quiet room. And I'm thinking to myself, it took that long? Not to demean the human being that was in that classroom as an educator, but what was the principle in helping shape and form? I know at New Mexico Highlands they have classroom management classes. So it's offered. But again, my point being, and I don't mean to beat it, but if we take for what you're saying as a tool, then that's how it should be applied, as a tool, not an end all. So thank you.
Go ahead. I want to make a comment when you're done.
Okay, after hearing the presentation, and I think you know, we just got through a presentation with Mr. Russell, and in that, you know, it talked about behaviors and mental, you know, dealing with the child, the student, and now we have this, and then I think it's just too much, and again, time is money, and I think our priorities, you know, are really to catch up, get our students caught up, and so even more, I wish not to waste, you know, being part of the 1/5 of the purse that we carry. I wish not to pursue this, and that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aspas. And looking over this this slide here, there's bullet points. It says PACS is more than a classroom management program. Down below, it's a school-wide system. Next, it says it is not intended to replace a teacher's classroom management practices. I'm not an educator, have never been an educator. As Ms. Aspas says, she's not. My wife taught 32 years in the district for 28. I would have to study this a little more, get more information on it myself, and ask her. But as far as classroom, I visited her classroom many times. Was it chaos? It certainly was not. Was it absolutely quiet? It was not that either. But when she taught kindergarten, I think for the last 13 years of her teaching career, at Ruth Bond, it was K-3. Is that not correct? Third graders who came into the school in the morning would come in and get a hug or reassurance from Mrs. Wells. That, to me, speaks some volumes. And during graduation, there were a lot of I shouldn't say a lot. There were several people who came up and said, "You taught me in kindergarten. You were the best teacher I ever had." One, I think she's a council delegate now, and I can't remember her name. She came up to me on the stand and said, "Mr. Wells, I had a teacher. She taught in Shiprock for 8 years before she came here to Kirtland, whose name was Mrs. Wells." And I said, "Well, my wife is only Mrs. Wells that ever taught in the district, and she's sitting right over there." And she went down, and my wife had taught her in the 5th grade. She went down and embraced my wife. Excuse me. And they had a reunion there. But I never heard my wife speak adversely of the PACS program. Did she use all of the tools in that toolbox? Probably not. It says here it's not intended to replace the teacher's classroom management practices, but to help. In certain situations. But those experiences, to me, says that she effectively took the parts of the program, at least, and implemented them in her classroom with great success. Now, Mr. Carlson has been a teacher for many years and a principal for many years, a much loved principal. I can assure you. Having conversed and talked with his staff, they wanted to stone me when I took him from his school, but he has confidence in the program, and I have confidence in his judgment. So those are my feelings on it. Anything else?
Again, oh, go ahead, yeah. Let him do it.
Miss George, is that your hand up?
Yes, I have a couple of comments. So in regards to the PACs, the teachers really use this tool for their MLSS, and then it leads to steps to the SAT process. And it helps determine the students' behaviors in the classroom. And then with the spleens that they track the behaviors, that adds to the data for the teachers to submit to the MLSS and then to the SAT. And then from the SAT, if that child is determined to have a behavior issue, then that falls to help them glide into a behavior intervention plan for that student. And a behavior intervention plan is it's created and it's a mandate. It's by the feds. You know, it specifies actions that are to improve or replace the behavior. So the teachers really need this data to help implement, you know, the behavioral intervention plans, the MLS, and then also it's in our safety plans that we submit to the state as well for what we're doing for social emotional supports. And it also, like Mr. Russell had his presentation tonight, they have PACs in there for social emotional guidelines. And, you know, we sent a lot of teachers to training, pretty much the whole district. And also the PACs leaders that are in the schools, they get a stipend from the program to help implement and support this program in their schools. And, you know, and it just goes back to the whole child wellness and for the child to be ready to learn. And, you know, the SELs, that we need that in our district. We need this as an extra set of tools, like you would a binder on like a book on the shelf. You know, you have many books on the shelf, but you know, whatever subject or thought, or you know, you want to pick up that certain book to look at for, you know, support or for guidance. That's what these tools are used for. That's one of the things that this PACS is used for. And you know, it's just a needed tool because we're mandated by the state to submit so much data, and that's what this is. And it would just be like if a teacher chose to do social emotional tapping in the classroom. And that's why in the wellness policy, we had it approved a couple years back for active detox, you know, putting seeds on the students' ears or even staff. And, you know, it's just a continuity of the program. And, you know, it also bases the school climate for safety and confidence. And, you know, it just all goes back to, you know, the teachers. And I know teachers in the classroom who are very good at classroom management, or they're really good at, you know, looking at their students' behaviors and referring them at that time for extra help. But then there's some that, you know, that there's so much on these teachers' plates. You know, they can't catch every student, especially that student who is standoffish, sitting in the back corner with their head down and is not participating in class, not answering any questions, not doing anything. But yet, that's the student who has got cuts on their thighs, and you can't see the cuts on their thighs because they're wearing jeans. You can't see the cuts on their arms, on their upper arms, because they're wearing a sweatshirt or a long sleeve shirt. You know, you have these kids who come from a home where there's domestic violence, and they're just, you know, withdrawn, or their mind is not, they're at like a level 3. They're not ready to engage in class as you would a student who is at a level 1, comes into the classroom and his teacher says, do your bell ringer right now. And that student that's at a level 1 starts to do their bell ringer right away with no problems. But that student who's sitting at a level 3, who's coming from their parents just arguing and fighting in front of them, and they get dropped off at school, that student's like thinking, is my mom packing my clothes? Are they fighting? Is one going to go to jail? they're not ready to do that bell ringer. They're not going to do it. And this is why PACS and these emotional tapping and these other SEL programs are so needed. And, it's just something to add to your pocket of first aid, mental health first aid for our students in our district. It's just another thing that you have in your pocket to utilize. And, and again, it goes back to all the requirements and data that's requested in the MLS process and behavior intervention plans and the, our safety plans that get submitted to the state. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Mr. Carlson.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of jump off on that a little bit. One of the things that I really liked about what Ms. George was saying is she really talked about kind of how our students are coming in at that level 3. I've been in a lot of classrooms the last week and 2 days. I've been in at least 30 classrooms in our district. I've been in the elementary schools in Shiprock. I was in schools at Kirtland Middle School and high school today. I've been in all the schools in Shiprock. Haven't finished Kirtland. I haven't been to Newcomb, but I will be down there soon. You can bet on that. I see what students are like coming into class. I see what they're like coming into school. When Ms. Aspis says that it's a different time, it is a different time. And in a lot of ways, it's worse in terms of the way students are coming into classrooms. They're coming in with no connectedness to the educational environment. And the most important thing we do as educators is to connect with our kids, to make those connections. Because we make those connections with them, they want to be there and they want to learn from us. I don't care if we're using PACS or we're using any other strategies that there are. That's what we do, and that's what good teachers do. That's what Mr. Wells is talking about. That's what his wife, and probably your wife, and definitely my wife, that's what they do with their kids. They make those connections. Our kids need that right now. They need something that says, you're welcome back. It's a safe place. It's a place where you need to be and where you should want to be. And I think that, kind of the way we approach PACS, it actually does that to a certain extent with our kids. Now, we're speaking the same language, Mr. Montoya, when we're talking about, monitoring those kinds of things. And I'm in complete agreement that when we have educators who have strategies that are effective, we don't need to change those things. But we can give them other tools. And if they have to sit and listen, like for instance, the first PACS kernel is PACS Vision. Now it's called PACS Vision, but it's no different than the vision or mission that every single teacher that I know does with their class at the beginning of the year. They have a conversation. The way PACS does it, it's a little more structured because they say, what do we want to see more of? What do we want to see less of? What do we want to hear more of, hear less of? So it's kind of structured the way it goes about. They go about it. But they create a vision of here's what learning should be like in our classroom. Here's learning in our classroom that will make kids feel welcome and connected in our classroom. And so I think, like I said, we're speaking the same language. The things that PACS has to offer, there's nothing wrong with them. Do we need to monitor them at the district level? No. Are we going to? No. We're here, like you said, to support. We're supporting teachers, we're supporting principals, and we're just giving them more tools. That's what we're doing.
Ms. Aspin.
So listening to this, I and then also listening to Ms. George comment on this, and when PACS was rolled out and when I actually participated in it, and then somewhere earlier this evening it was said it was just to the elementary, and I can see it working for elementary, but you're talking about high school, and I know at that time it went through fast with the elementary and I believe some of the junior high, but a total different audience you know, when it comes to high school. And I think at that time, I think it stopped. And it's only till in the past, you know, just seeing it on the agenda and talks here and there about it, you know, through in the past couple of months. But that's the only time I've heard of PACS again. And so at the time it was rolled out, it didn't go in depth as to as what Miss George had said, you know, of these issues that, you know, are with our students. And I think to me, I think PACS is something that's I really don't know how to describe it. It's I mean, these are serious. What has been shared by Miss George are pretty serious. And then I don't know what it is that you saw that was maybe chaotic or whatever, Superintendent, but that's, to me, I think is far more than what PACS is intended for. And everybody is saying it's an extra tool, and and we just heard a presentation on, you know, this restorative justice, and then you got ancillary services. I mean, and I think there's other ways that have that go to that extent of these serious what was talked about. And I don't think PACS is one of those.
Can I just make a couple of points of clarification? So PACS has never been used at the high school level, and it's not going to be. As far as middle schools, if they wanted to use some of the kernels and have it available as a possible option, they can use some of it, but it's generally just for the elementary schools. At my previous school, we felt that even by sixth grade, the effectiveness kind of waned, and as far as the students, with some of the kernels especially. But just so you know that PACS never went away. It's never not been an initiative since it was rolled out. It's just that we didn't really focus on it. And those of us who were elementary school principals who had been through all those periods, we used the portions of it that we were able to identify with and that we thought fit our school well. And different principals probably use different portions of it. Some of us really jumped in wholeheartedly, and others we may not have used all the different kernels very, very regularly. But PACS never went away. I mean, if you had gone through buildings for the last several years, you still see the same PACS posters that came out when we introduced the program. So it's been there. And so the whole point of having this discussion and this, it wasn't so much a proposal, it was just to say, hey, look, PACS is still here. We should still have it. Again, I don't want to, now that you brought it up, I don't know if I want to say the word tool anymore, but a possibility that teachers can use this and something that they can add to their instructional practices. So, but it never really went away. It's just hasn't been talked about as much. As far as classroom management, I agree with Mr. Montoya. I mean, I think that there's a lot of teachers. I mean, I was a principal, elementary principal for 17 years. In that time, I was principal of hundreds of teachers, or at least 100 teachers. People come and went. There's a ton of teachers. Most of those, I bet 3/4 of them had great classroom management. They didn't use PACS. They wouldn't need to use PACS for that. But they can incorporate some of the kernels. And that's how I would approach it as a principal. But again, it hasn't gone away, and we're not ever going to push it at the high school level. So I just wanted to make those points.
If I may, Mr. President. And again, I just appreciate that explanation, Mr. Carlson, because it's important for people to understand that. I know that it hasn't gone away. It just kind of floundered a little bit. The application in respects to the opportunity to use, if an educator needs to take part of that and apply that, then certainly they would be obliged to do that. Again, to Mr. Wells' point of his wife's experiences and certainly mine in the classroom of either adapting or utilizing or evaluating what they use to apply or not to apply. And again, there's some of the things that may be a little redundant, but certainly called something else that is automatically happening. But there's certainly no need to go in there to change the language to satisfy somebody, to make it make people think that that's what they're doing to satisfy that whim. Because again, I'm of the opinion when you get to that point of start modeling and shaping, and then you're at the point of saying you shall, you will, you must, then there comes the resentment. And then here comes the labels, just like with the kids. Talked about that before. You get this kid in first grade. All of a sudden the teacher said that child's difficult. Goes to second grade, he's a holy terror. Third grade, you'll never teach him. Well, who's labeling them? It's the adults. By the time they're in fourth grade, fifth grade, they're uncontrollable. And then they end up in your wife's class in fifth grade or Mrs. Wells' fifth grade class, and oh my God, they're a flower and they just bloom full of intelligence and ability. It's just that a human being didn't take the time to figure it out and work with that child. It doesn't take a harmonica to do that. Not at all. So that, again, my point is not that it's all bad. The point is the implementation is what's not working. When you adjust and adapt, again, to the Navajo philosophy of resourcefulness, take the good and discard the bad. What's wrong with that? So, thank you. Appreciate it.
Are there any other comments?
Mr. Wells,
Yes.
I have one last slide that I think might answer or at least give some anticipation for some unanswered questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
Ms. Ray, can you show the last slide, please? So I do think it's important to acknowledge what Board Member Aspis said, that PACS really is the elementary component of a larger vision supporting our goals of data-driven instruction and school culture. And school culture is about more than SEL. It's about more than PBIS. It's about all of the components that come together to create a comprehensive, good learning environment for our students and a good place to work for our staff. And so I hope that you will all understand that the goal of the CNI department is to support and train folks where the training is needed and desired, and to work with principals to create that best possible environment. We have been working in conjunction with the ICO, SSO, data department, along with Superintendent Carlson and Assistant Superintendent Deswood. And kind of the hashtag we're playing with for our framework is CCSD has SWAG, which stands for Safety, Wellness, Achievement, and Grit. And at the middle school level, the programming that we are training and supporting in right now is called Capturing Kids' Hearts. And there is another component called the 7 Mindsets. We have high school principals reaching out to us for 7 Mindsets support and Capturing Kids' Hearts support right now. And so we will have a more comprehensive presentation coming in September. Bellamy Presley is the lead on our social emotional learning team. And she's been working very closely with the principals in the schools, along with a couple of coaches and some other staff, on pulling this together and what it looks like. And it really is all designed to support that vision of what Mr. Russell talked about, what Dr. Begay talked about, what Ms. Chappelle talked about, and what Secretary George talked about in creating those safe spaces for learning to happen where we can provide the best supports for students. And certainly not at all to not honor the skills and abilities that our teachers bring to the classroom every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board President, can I make a comment? Or I'd like to add to that.
Go ahead.
Would it be possible to do a crosswalk to show how PBIS, the PACs, and Restorative Justice, what areas they're going to cover, and what I guess what you're looking for, what the outcomes are supposed to be, so we as board members and stakeholders can see exactly how each area supports one another. Because the way it's being perceived is that we have restorative justice covering a certain area, and then duplicating services, adding packs, and then adding all these other things. So can we get like a grid when you're doing your presentation to show how each of those components are going to complement one another, or where there's going to be overlap, so that we can see it clearly and see how all of these are going to be working together? Thank you.
May I answer?
Mr. Montoya?
I'm very, very glad Ms. Haskey said that, because while we were sitting here, I don't know, maybe about 20, 30 minutes ago, there was a comment that popped up on the screen, and it referred to PACS as being a redundancy. So I'm glad she's asking for that, because that's the last thing we need is redundancy. And again, as it's been stated here several times, time is money in respects to the value of the classroom and the educational time that these teachers have, especially when they're having to back up 2 or 3 years to make up for the lost time that we've had. But also, just my personal final point on this is, I appreciate what was said by Ms. Huffman as far as support, that they're there to support and to provide what is needed, and more importantly, what is wanted by the educators in the classrooms. Because again, giving them that autonomy, and that's the last thing we need to do, is take away the autonomy of the teachers in the classrooms, and again, and start imparting you shall, you will, you must, to satisfy somebody's want, just to get everybody to march in lockstep, fidelity to the core, just because it makes the school look good. So that's my final comment. Thank you.
Mr. Wells?
Yes, ma'am.
To Ms. Haskey's question, Ms. Haskey, yes, we actually have a crosswalk already created that we started creating when we started looking at how we could bring all of this programming together, and did we need all of this programming. And so that crosswalk does exist. It's aligned to, right now, some concepts from Danae ways of thinking, in addition to some Hispanic cultural pieces, and we're working on pulling those Filipino pieces into that same crosswalk. And so Ms. Presley and the CEL team will present that as part of that presentation in September.
Great, thank you.
Board President.
Ms. Haskey, or Ms.
No.
Asmus.
No, I'm not asking.
Hey, you could be.
Okay. I was gonna go and say that, and then Miss Huffman said what she said about culture, and I think we hear the words, and I wrote in the group chat that I believe this is redundant, and are we? I guess I'm looking at this like, are we? You know, we got legislatures that already confuse things and make things harder, and yet are we doing that within our own district? And we're talking about behavior, and then some of the comments touched on really extreme, serious issues that I don't think PACS is there. I don't know, from what I've seen rolled out to me, it was a happy-go-lucky type of training, not the serious issues that some have commented on. And then now we're talking about culture and things like that, and we already have a JOM, we already have IOC. So I'm all confused. I'm confused now. So usually, you know, this is the way legislatures operate. And let's really think about this. And again, this is money. And again, as 1/5 of that purse holder, I don't think we're spending it wisely. We're already being looked at for other areas, and I don't think we're being wise in this. I think we're creating a whole complex of things here, and it was said that this data goes back to feds, in which I heard Restorative Justice, now the state. So who's going to get all this data? And now we hear about this cultural aspect, and then who's all going to get this when they could be doing something else? We got a shortage of teachers, a shortage of, you know, in core classes. Maybe we can get those back in there.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, please.
Thank you, board members, President Mr. Carlson. So, Mr. Carlson and I just recently got an email from the Public Education Department asking us for our attendance plan. So there's levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. And it's asking what we do to support kids. This is just one area where we support kids in the elementary level. The middle school level, there's another program. And then for the high school, there's another program that we have that's in place. Personal experience, about 3 years ago, we vetted 4 or 5 SEL programs, and they're pretty expensive. Just for the program, anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000, and then to get people trained. And I think that's one thing that's nice is that, well, it's free, but I mean, I understand like free to some extent. But if we don't have a program in place, we can't say, here's what we do to support our elementary students. Like everyone's been saying, you know, there's varying levels. If you have someone that has excellent and can connect with kids, no one said that it's being mandated, but it's just a process. it's interesting to say that we have to teach teachers to care, but like it's a way to reach out and connect to the kids. There's steps to follow, and I mean, my own daughter at her elementary school in Farmington, they were a packed school, and it was just a process. They knew the routines, and now she's a high school student, but she remembers those routines she had to do whenever they were in a large setting. So I just wanted to add that, board president and board members, that whenever we do write our attendance success plan, it's just a component that we put in there to say, here's what we do to support these kids. So thank you.
Thank you.
I take back my last comment because I can. I appreciate that, Mr. Deswood. I really do. Understanding the application of the program, that you got to have something. But again, the implementation. And I would be remiss, Mr. Deswood, it wasn't you that said it was mandated. It wasn't you that, Mr. Carlson. But I've certainly heard that word bandied about in the schools. And that's what's troubling, again, the implementation. Because, again, if we give it as an option, as certainly, again, not to beat the word, but certainly as a tool, it's an option, as a strategy, then I think we're doing our job to help those that need it and can benefit from it within their classroom. But that's certainly not everybody, in my opinion. Thank you.
I have another comment, and it was something that I originally wanted to comment until Ms. Huffman spoke, but I'm wondering, we really, or what is that scenario where a child gets into a class that say the teacher doesn't want to use that tool, and then they go on to another year, they go on into one that does use that tool. And I mean, is it safe to say, I'm not a teacher? I mean, you that had 100 teachers under your belt, are we now confusing that child, that student?
I would say no, not at all. I think that, so there's two aspects to the PACS, that program, and just about any program. And there's the school culture, which might incorporate certain PACS principles. There are those principals who might start the day with good morning PACS leaders, and they have certain terminology they might use. They might have a toodles wall where, you know, they put up toodles for classrooms who do great things. But once students are in that classroom, teacher's classroom, every teacher has their own classroom management policies, and it shouldn't matter if they go from one classroom to the next, because the terminology, kids can learn it in a day. You know, kids learn a new vision of a classroom when they walk in it, and they know, I mean, if I put it in terms of folks who've been teaching for a long time, they know what they can get away with. You know, they know what's expected of them, all that stuff real quick. The terminology is going to change regardless of the program. So a child will adjust within a day to whatever happens in that classroom. Kids are resilient. They can make changes real quick. It's the adults that have a hard time with the changes.
Well, we've certainly beat that horse. Yeah, for one night, I think we have.
Thank you
If
for
there
your
are no other
time.
comments, and I hope there's not. Thank you, Ms. Huffman. Moving on to I, the status of personal, I can't read this, personnel positions by Margaret Trocheck.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, Board Member Aspis and Montoya, Superintendent Carlson, and community, virtual and in person, and staff. Good evening. My name is Margaret Trocheck, and I'm here to present the vacancy report from August 15th, 2022. And we start at the beginning here. Is it okay if I go ahead? Everybody ready? We'll go through the list here. Stop me. I can't.
Hang
You're
on.
way far away.
Hang on just a minute.
Okay.
You're cold? You're always hot. Ms. Trocheck, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So we start at the top there with the administration section. We've got the coordinator for food services open there. Then the next section is for the school administration. There's 2 assistant principal positions open at Shiprock and Newcomb High School. The next section is safety. We've got 3 more lead safety advisors to hire for the district, Newcomb, Nest, Chitty, and TBA. And we've got data and technology, 2 IT technicians and a supervisor for district assessment. Then the elementary school teaching, we do have a few teachers, core teachers, a couple first grade, there's a 3rd grade, 5th grade. There's an art, there's a few music there throughout the district. Those have become hard to fill. A couple special education.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Montoya.
Superintendent, I believe a few board meetings ago, we had a presentation on a grant for art teachers. And I had asked a question, a clarifying question, that we would have art teachers at every elementary school. Does that still stand?
That is the goal. I don't know if, did she mention the art positions that are open?
She said
There's
something.
one elementary.
So
Yeah,
is that,
I mean, that is the goal, to have that in every elementary school.
so we're not
along with
splitting
music.
time?
We shouldn't be splitting time. I know there is, the Naz Chitty person does. They go to Newcomb and then Naz Chitty for, I don't know what portion it is, but
Yeah,
they,
you're talking about a very, very small population, though, right?
yeah.
Okay, but in respects to the others, one full-time art teacher at each elementary school.
That was the goal. Is there not one?
That's why I'm asking. I
That's,
don't know.
Yeah, that was what we asked for.
Okay.
Full-time music, full-time art.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Trocek, would you know any of these positions as being newly created?
Of the elementary, perhaps for the music, because before they were splitting or sharing those specials. But for the rest, no, not that to my recollection. I may mention that we just had an orientation, 8 teachers today and 3 educational aides. So we had a total of 20 people. Tomorrow we have an orientation, 22 people. So the district has been very busy hiring managers, but hopefully I answered your question to the best of my ability there. To my knowledge, those are not new, unless the music are. I'd have to check on it. We could report it back to you.
I was just wondering which positions were new, if any. I don't know. That's what I was asking.
I know that we just posted the ELD coach position, that for the intercultural outreach. And I think we just posted a replacement for bilingual in Naz Chitty last week as well. I'm just recalling the ones that I can remember just at the moment that are relatively new getting posted. They're not necessarily new positions.
I have a quick question. Ms. Trocek?
Yes.
I don't want to say are we stealing, but are we acquiring employees from other school districts?
Yes, we are.
Good business decisions.
So when we get to the cooks and custodians section, you'll see that those are much smaller. We are acquiring cooks and custodians. So this is a happy day. So I think our salary increases are affecting the area, and that we are bringing people in. So
again, I think some would call that a good business decision.
Absolutely. Middle school, there's a couple of language arts, a couple social studies, and a woodworking, band teacher, or that goes into high school, sorry. That was the middle school. Now we're moving into the high school teaching section. We have a band, we have a credit recovery, a consumer science, 2 ISS, a language arts, a math, and a special education open. And that
I have a question. On that credit recovery, superintendent, isn't that usually a counselor?
I can't hear Mr. Carlson
Oh.
if you're.
I'll say what he said then, because
Oh,
Mr.
I
Deswood
didn't
had a
even
good
know who
answer.
was talking.
That was Mr. Deswood. I had
Mr.
to
Okay.
phone a friend.
Mr. Deswood's hiding back there. He didn't like the microphone.
I get it. I get it now. Because I was thinking my own personal, when my daughter went through credit recovery, that was given out by the counselor. That's what my thinking is. But in this case, the teacher is doing the credit recovery. It's not going out.
You can go ahead, come on up.
Okay.
You started out, no, Mr. Deswood was going to finish the explanation.
Oh, okay.
So in Power School, they have to tie it to a teacher. So when it's tied to a teacher, then it has to be a highly qualified teacher. So if a student has ELA, typically you want a teacher that's highly qualified in ELA in case it goes back, to reporting. But yeah, the guidance counselor will assign what class the student needs for credit recovery, but then it has to be supported by a teacher. Thank you.
Yeah, in this case, I remember it going to like BYU, and then didn't really have a teacher to support, but this was like in 2010, 2011.
Yes, I've heard of BYU offering credit recovery for specific courses, but usually it's like $300 or $400 for a half a credit. So it's probably going to be cheaper for us to do the credit recovery within the district.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, now I understand.
Okay, so I do have a question in regards to the ISS. Does that same highly qualified credentials apply for the ISS? As far as an educator to serve in that capacity?
They have to be certified.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're paid certified, they have to be certified. Okay. Otherwise, they get substitute pay.
Okay.
Okay, we're on to Intercultural Outreach Department, and that's the ELD coach that I mentioned earlier. And then CNI has 2 MLSS coaches. And then non-certified, we move to the aides. There's 4 aides there, all SPED. And there's there's 2 daycare providers there. And then thank you, Sharon, for your assistance. Student Support Services has some nurses there you can see, and then the CAT social workers, and a physical therapist and an SLP. Then we get to the food services, and there's still 4 cooks, but I know that we just hired at least 5 in orientation. So I'm thrilled about that. And there's 3 custodians still there we're trying to fill, and another high-vac maintenance position. I believe we did fill 1 high-vac position, and then there's an electrician there. Then we're to transportation. There's quite a few bus drivers in Shiprock. And then bus aid and substitute drivers are always on there. And then we go to the athletics, and I know a bunch of personnel action requests went through today for athletics, and these are still open here. So that is the vacancy list. Do you have some questions?
Ms. Aspas.
Okay, Ms. Chappelle, are you listening still?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
I don't know, as far as our nepotism policy, is that just with administrators, or is that within the whole district, including cooks, bus drivers?
It has been a while, board member Aspis, since I've looked at that policy. My recollection was it was specific to the superintendent, but I would have to go back and take a look at that. And board members, as I recall.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's been probably 2 years or so since I looked at that, so I would need to refresh my memory on that. But I can do that while you guys continue talking and try to get back to you.
Okay,
in a few minutes.
it's something, I know that with, in the scenario of the superintendent, then it would be the board to
Waive.
yes, but I wondered how far that goes into our staff, and if it's considered, I guess, Ms. Trocek, are you using that nepotism in these cooks, bus drivers? in
I
the-
am familiar with nepotism. I know that our board policy, I think Ms. Chappelle will confirm that that does talk about board members and superintendent, but so far as application throughout the district, we don't have family members supervising other family members. Sometimes you can have a sister in a department, or a work unit, but they're not to be supervising each other. That would be nepotism, and we do not do that. And so if we hear about it, we investigate and see what we would need to do.
Yeah, looking at some of the vacancies, such as the daycare provider, at Career Prep. And, I would think, perhaps we really need to look at that nepotism and because really in a sense, it's already happening. I mean, depending on your traditional side, my traditional side. I mean, I just had my brother give me a presentation, my clan brother. And so, maybe, we really need to seriously look at this. And, that's my comment. And, of course, we will have to vote on it, but it's in this time that we having these shortages and these vacancies. Maybe that's the answer. That's the way we can do this. And so anyhow, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Mr. Montoya.
In respects to Ms. Aspis's comments, I think, pragmatically speaking, as long as there's no direct oversight or supervision, there's really not a problem in regards to the illegality or the nepotism policy itself, in and of itself.
That's my understanding too.
Yeah,
as long as
absolutely.
they're not.
It would only apply in respects to the direct supervision of. So.
And it's usually applicable to immediate family members. And I hear what is being said about the clans. So that is something that the board could definitely clarify and vote on and
Clarify, make a
change.
consideration of.
And I can send you the policies if you want. Yeah. There's two policies related to nepotism. One is just with board members.
Thank you.
Proceed. Ms. Trocek, are you finished?
I am. Thank
there-
you so much. And I hope everybody has a
Are there
nice
any other
evening.
questions from the board?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Askey.
This is Miss George.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. George.
Ms. Trocek, you have on there, let me see, what was it? Something about the very first one.
Food
Advisor lead safety. What is that? What are those going to be in all the different schools? I mean, we have a safety coordinator. What is the advisor lead safety?
Mr. Carlson, would you like to explain or?
Yeah, I can go ahead and answer that. So
Okay.
when we didn't hire the security guards, we put in a system where we have 10 lead safety advisors throughout the district. Most high schools all have one. There's 10 total, and I believe at least one of them is a floater. But that's in lieu of having, there will be no security guards. So we have the safety team is they're the boss of the lead safety advisors. We had some start today. We have some starting tomorrow, and then we have these 3, and I believe we have interviews set for those. We need to get them filled ASAP.
How are they going to be utilized? Like, are they going to be at the games, and they're going to be inside the school dealing with the students?
So they would be utilized very similarly to the security guard situation. As far as in the school, we can pay extra for utilizing them at games as well. So they can be available for that. But just for the regular school day, they will be available in much the same way as a security guard. Most of the folks who we've hired are ex-policemen, ex-military. They have a background, some sort of a background in law enforcement or in military. And so they have quite a bit of training under their belts, and they're able to deal with situations in a way that a 21-year-old security guard may not be able to. No offense to 21-year-olds. I know a couple of them.
The only legal issue with that is that they don't have a guard card, New Mexico guard card, and they can't be acting as a security guard without a New Mexico guard license, and they can't touch people, they can't touch students, they won't have really any enforcement because they're just regular citizens who are employed by CCSD. That's a big lawsuit. I just want to point out because that's just like somebody acting in the capacity of a nurse without a nursing license. So I really think that you guys need to reconsider that because of the legal implications of that, especially if there's something that happened like at Newcomb at the graduation. They wouldn't be able to intervene because there was direct contact, and they couldn't be able to detain anybody or touch anybody. You have to have a New Mexico guard card, and you cannot act in the capacity of that without the state mandated credentials.
Thank you, Ms. George. I don't know if Ms. Chappelle, you helped write some of the job description for those with our safety team. Would you be able to answer that at all?
Board President,
Yeah.
before Ms. Chappelle does that, it'd be nice to have that safety person here. As Ms. Chappelle was going over the policy, that was one thing, because that's for the board. As a board attorney, she's going over a newly created board policy. And so, however, with this now, you know, we're asking questions and how this came about, and I know that there was questions about the procurement and the bidding of the security, and I don't find this acceptable either. And that's why you know, when we were scrolling, that's why I asked the question, which ones are new positions, newly created positions, and this wasn't brought up. Now we find out it is. And you know, what happened to the trying to get somebody local, and
There were no local companies, and so that we weren't able to do that. So we're hiring local people to be the part of our security team.
I don't know. Please don't start this. You know, right now I'm having confidence, but I don't want you to ruin that confidence I have in accepting, because it's tiresome when I have to ask for documents and language, and you know, to convince me, and but again, we did question about the procurement, the bidding, and I wonder what happened with that. And then along with that, you know, I brought up about the housing, you know, of placing an officer in our communities. And OHO was one of them. And I hope that just doesn't die. And the way Board Member Montoya put it, you know, I like that flounder around. But you know, those things are important. I don't know. I don't want to say this, but I live on the reservation. A lot of us board members do. And we know what the response is. And so to me, having that officer in our community is very important. And then what we saw firsthand as board members, what we saw firsthand that occurred in Newcomb. And I think two of the board members, they expressed some very direct issues that had come up from that scenario, that accident or that incident. And a principal got hurt in that. And to me, I don't think that has even been covered. I don't even think I don't even think we're being taken seriously. Our voices as a board, we're not being taken seriously. And you know, we saw firsthand what happened there. And that was a known person, that student that we don't, I mean, they already knew there was other things that had happened in the school year, and they already knew what this person was doing, and then it escalated that day, the graduation. And to me, I think that resulted in you know, a person leaving the district. And but
Ma'am, I disagree with that. I believe that Mr. McLaughlin was going to leave prior to that. I had some conversations prior to that I think his mind was made up.
And I didn't want to mention names.
I apologize, but that the principle
But
there.
anyhow, I think from that, just seeing how we lacked as you know, these things are supposed to be, especially an event like graduation, that we have that representation there, and there was nobody there. And as a safety coordinator, you're getting a lot of money to do that job, and then, you know, I have confidence in what Ms. George is saying in as far as certification for a security. But I don't think this is acceptable.
Ms. Chappelle, were you going to answer that at all?
Yes, absolutely. So I do recall the conversation about them needing permits. I don't remember how soon they were going to be able to get those permits. We would need to talk to Mr. Griego on that, I think.
And as far as the RFP is concerned, whatever it asks for, and as far as credentials, we're not even considering that also.
Question.
Mr. Board President, I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back a couple of years, if we were going to do this, you know, we had the rapid response team, which was made up of a couple of the maintenance guys, and they had taken their New Mexico Guard card to level 3, which was a level 3 is an armed guard. You can carry your a weapon, and they were doing tactical training with the San Juan County Sheriff's Office. And they got training in Albuquerque, and they were our rapid response team for any emergencies, active shooter, anything like that. And they were responding to emergencies in the school, and I was a part of that team. And a lot of them have military background, and at that time, CCSD was the first that ever had a rapid response team. And people didn't know how to go about it. It was talked about in the whole state at New Mexico PED at all levels. And it was working really well. But the only thing is, we didn't pay an extra stipend for that rapid response team. It wasn't allowed. They wouldn't approve it. And now what I'm seeing is we're doing the same thing with these community members, local, but they don't have a New Mexico Guard card for a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3. A level 1, you can't carry any kind of weapons. Level 2, you can carry mace, handcuffs, whatnot. A level 3, you carry all of them, including a weapon. Now, the problem that we have on Navajo Nation is that Navajo Nation law states that you cannot carry any weapons. You can't even carry mace. You can't carry a gun. So you guys are really going to have to revisit this. And like I said, you can't have just somebody acting in the capacity of a security guard, and because in a situation they can't touch anybody legally, because that's going to be the first thing that's going to be brought up in a lawsuit. Where's your New Mexico guard card? Because you're acting in the capacity of one. Secondly, you know, security guards really can't touch students. They can't put handcuffs on them. So how are they going to handle a student when we already have staff who are CPI certified in the schools? I think you guys really have to reevaluate this. And, you know, if this was the case, I think bringing back the rapid response team, going to those same guys and offering them these positions, and because all they have to do is reapply to get their guard card activated again. That's it. They just, because they're already in the system, and give them a bigger stipend, especially when they're putting their life on the line. And before, most of them had CPI as well. They know the school. They know the map out of the buildings because they're maintenance. They're you know, they're local. They know the students. They know the teachers. So I mean, if you're going to do something like that, I would suggest doing the rapid response team. You know, they were level 3, but they didn't carry any weapons. But they do have all the tactical training as a police officer when they were doing their trainings as rapid response. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr.
I'd
Montoya.
like to, may I go after Mr. Montoya, please?
Go ahead, Ms. Haskell, go ahead and go for me.
No, I was just going to make a comment. Well, I'll make a really quick comment. So, comment that I'm going to make is there's a lot of concerning things that have been said and voiced, and we are there to make decisions for our community and our children first. So when we're making these decisions, the safety of our children, of our staff is paramount in consideration with these decisions. And I would really revisit all these things that have been vocalized this evening, because when safety and harm could come to those are priority. So as a parent, as a community member, as a school board person, one person, I would really want all due diligence done to ensure that we take the best possible course, ensuring the safety of our children and our staff members. Thank you.
In regards to the rapid response team that was mentioned, part of the problem was the fact that, and it was already said too, that it was in the maintenance department. One of the issues concerning the disbandment was it was taking too much time away from their duties as maintenance employees. So decision is made. What are they there for? To be on the rapid response team or to serve as maintenance employees? That was part of the problem, because I remember the gentleman who actually started the program. I was there during its inception. And again, the service they provide, I'm not saying it wasn't valuable, it absolutely was. But in regards to how the current one is being devised and taking people who do have certifications, and if I'm not mistaken, Superintendent, I think the individuals we have in that capacity at the coordinators level, are they not prior police?
They are, yes.
Okay, so what would it be for them to get their certifications back and be able to do those things and get people certified in training?
It wouldn't take much, and I'm looking at the minimum qualifications for that job description that we have. It includes FEMA emergency training, EMT or another related emergency training, or ability to obtain that within 3 months, and they will all be CPI and CPR trained as well. I will look into the guard card because I don't know enough about that, and I'll have to talk to my safety team.
Certainly, I'm of the opinion that if they were police officers prior in their former life, getting those certifications to meet the minimum requirements of security officers in the state of New Mexico would not be very hard to do, especially if we had people that were capable of certifying them, such as a coordinator who was a sheriff's officer or a police officer in their former life. And if we're utilizing them for that purpose anyway, for their experience and knowledge, then apply it. That's my thought.
Board President, may I make a comment, please?
Yes, Ms. George.
So we have to be real careful with this. You know, if they're ex-police officers in any capacity, you can't cross-deputize on Navajo Nation. If Navajo police officers need help, they have to request it from Navajo police to the outside entity, and you can't cross-deputize. The only people that you would be able to employ or have on Navajo Nation is the state police. State police has jurisdiction on Navajo Nation. They can come on and they without any request or anything. So you would have to make a contract with the state police, New Mexico State Police, for them to be on Navajo Nation in Newcomb, Nashchitty, and Shiprock. That's the problem, is that you can hire anybody who has a police officer, ex-police officer background, but to get them certified, you can't. They just can't be serving on Navajo Nation. That's through the sovereignty, and you would run into problems with that. Like I said, the only state, New Mexico State Police, is allowed on Navajo Nation. So you'd have to make a contract with, like, SROs with New Mexico State Police. And I know they do that with other counties, like McKinley County. They have a state police that's at some of the schools sometimes. And back in the days, they did. I don't know if they still do, but thank you. That's my comment.
Board members,
Thank you.
Secretary George, real quick. My understanding, based on the reading of the scope of work, that they wouldn't be serving in that capacity at all. I think what I recommend is maybe we have a presentation on the topic so we can get the safety folks in front of you guys and help explain it better.
Ms. Asmus?
So I find it interesting that we, before the bid or the procurement, what came before us, and we decided that, you know, we could have gone local, and or the ones that were there weren't local, and so and now we see this. So the people for these positions, are they local?
By and large, they are, yeah. I don't know exactly where they're all from, but they're from the area. So.
Local from Newcomb? Local from, where is it?
There's some from Shiprock, I know. Kirtland. I think there's probably some from Farmington as well. But I do know there's a couple from Shiprock. I don't know about Newcomb and Nashchitty. But I can find that out, and I will.
Are there any other questions? you, Ms. Trocek.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Board President, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I have a question, or I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So, we had for state security. They were on the bid, I believe, and that's 100% Navajo Dene owned company, and it's licensed through the New Mexico and Navajo Nation security company. They're fully qualified and capable of handling staff security services, and they said, and they were, it's out of Sonosti, I believe. It's actually the prior e-security. It was taken over by Mr. Gerald Henderson. He's the owner of Four State Security LLC. So they are licensed and able, and they're very local here on the reservation, and it's 100% owned.
I don't believe they made a bid on the RFP. They weren't one of the two companies that went before the board.
I believe it was Four States. I believe that was them, because we had a question if that was e-security.
I recall the same thing, Ms. George, Secretary George.
Any other comments?
Ms. Chappelle, Board Attorney. So, there's still a lot of questions, and at this point, I guess just not to beat around the bush, do we take this off the vacancy and until further discussion, or how do?
Board member Asmus, board president, board members, it appears to me that it's a report, right? It's not on the consent agenda.
Right. So, but I mean, there's still.
I apologize. I would recommend that we have a presentation. So, I think this is kind of coming up, looking at the update on the personnel positions, and so I think we need the safety team here to help us walk through it.
I think there's a legal part in this also, that warrants a executive with you.
Okay. So that's not on the agenda for today, so we would have to schedule that for a different meeting.
Yes.
Board President, I have a comment, please.
Ms. George.
So Four States did put in a bid they did put in a bid, but it was overlooked because the company was fairly new and they scored a little bit lower than the company from outside Albuquerque, which was based out of, their home base was out of El Paso or Texas. But 4 states did put a bid in, and they were just a couple of points lower, but they are local, very local, and it was just a discrepancy for the company being new because they changed the name and they took over Mr. Everett Howe's e-security.
It's correct. Allied Universal was the one who scored 90, and the 4 states scored a 40 on the average score.
Okay. We'll pull that one from the consent agenda along with G.
It's not on the consent agenda,
I
Board
know.
President.
But when we get to the consent agenda, we have to just pull that one off.
It's
Is
not
that
on
right?
there, sir. It was just a report.
Is that not on the consent agenda?
I don't think so.
Okay. Very good. Ms. Thompson?
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent Carlson. Almost good morning, board members. I was asked to do a report on the N101 road that is the new road into Newcomb. We did have a meeting this morning. Unfortunately, Navajo DOT was not able to participate in the meeting as yesterday was a holiday. So they didn't get the invite due to the fact that they were on holiday yesterday. So in our discussion today, as it stands right now, the old road will remain open. It will be unmaintained. So there are definitely going to be some questions for Navajo DOT, who's going to take on that maintenance role as the church and our home and possibly future homes in our lease right there, who will take on that maintenance role. So that's a question that we have for Navajo DOT when they are able to come to the table with us. Also, they will be closing the old road tomorrow afternoon at 11 o'clock to complete the tie-in that we're going over right now. There's a ramp built up where the old road and new road meets on the roll curb. That road will be closed tomorrow. So our buses do know that they will be utilizing the new road, traveling, I believe, on the eastbound lane is what they'll be traveling on tomorrow as they continue to pave. So southbound, east, going east, they'll be on that road. I know, it's crazy. The old dog leg will be closed tomorrow. They need to complete the tie-in into the new road. After they're complete with that work, well, we don't know for sure because Navajo DOT was not able to join our meeting today. But as the plans look in the discussion that we had with the contractors today, it appears that that road will be opened. It'll still be opened, but that's for that they have that roll curb, and that is actually to deter people from using that old road because it's not going to be a a super smooth transition like the new road. I believe one of the gentlemen called it a shotgun now. We've given them a shotgun to run straight out to 3005 now. So that's kind of going to be a deterrent. It's not going to be a real. Well, hopefully they are. Mhm. Right, right.
However, I mean, in all the years that we've been asking for a decent road as a community, as a school, you know, nobody wanted to accept the responsibility of it. But now that they're putting it in, now they want the final say in what stays open and what's going to be used, and that's not.
Yeah.
No.
So. And that's a question for NDOT when they're able to meet with us. Hopefully next week they'll be able to meet with us.
The only thing I ask is that the company that they built a little yard there with fuel tank.
Oh, that's being all cleaned up.
Right. But,
Mhm.
you were saying that dog leg will not be maintained.
No, ma'am.
That's fine. However, they have put on some debris on that road too. So I hope they can clean that up. And you know, to keep most of it there, you know, and
Your mic's not on.
oh. And you know, to keep that road in a decent shape. I mean, it's not often that we, as a community, we get a road in there. So you know, that'd be great.
And they're doing a great job cleaning that up. There's a lot of material there right now that goes back to either NTUA or to the Navajo DOT. So, like I said, hopefully next week I'll have a little more information that I can email to Superintendent Carlson, and he can share with the board exactly what NDOT has envisioned for that road. But as I said, today the plans indicate that it'll be opened. It won't be maintained. So there's that question coming up, who will do the maintenance and maintain the road. Also, they are asking to move our OHO sign, our elementary school sign, to the new road location. Arrow Construction is asking that. So as soon as they get all that paved done, there's a de-acceleration lane that will, or a turn lane that will come into the new 101 road. As soon as they get that paved in, we'll find a good location for our school signage to be out on the main road, and they'll move that for us and do that work for us.
And then on top of that, you know, we have that house right there where the teachers are.
Mhm.
And so they need access.
Right, and if they were to close, we discussed that today. If they were to close the road and just have access to the church and our teachers and possible future teachers there, they could have access off the 101 road where they're doing the work tomorrow, prepping for that work tomorrow. It would just be a dead end. It wouldn't tie into the 3005 road. It would just be a dead end to the church and our homes there. And then the community could use that road also to go to the church or walk that and not have to worry about, you know, the traffic. we've had a few incidences reported from our teacher who lives in the home there, where people have been traveling at a high rate of speed on the old road and have actually launched off the new sidewalk. The contractors picked up their car parts that they've left overnight. So,
Yeah,
you know, there was some concern about that and some talk about that. But hopefully we'll have more information from NDOT when they're able to meet with us. We did send an email to the gentleman in charge of the project today, the contractor did, and I hadn't heard back as of tonight whether he was able to respond to our questions.
Well,
So,
you know, I had a chance to you know, get some feedback. Some said the new road's nice, you know.
oh, it's going to be really nice.
And the ones that, well, I know about only two people that I talk to will go to the church. So I know they want that road open. And then the others, they were, well, you know, we've used it and it's still good. I don't know why they would want to close it off. And I said, I'm just getting, you know, I just want to hear what you think.
Yeah.
And for me, I would like to see it stayed open and still used. And however, you know, that, and I've been saying this for a lot of years on that house right there, that needs to be redesigned to where, you know, their vehicles are not on that side of the house. And at the time when the maintenance was there, they were parked in a dark area, so it didn't prevent, you know, somebody from going over there and digging around in the toolboxes and where he had to park was outside the gate, the fence. So I think that really needs to be looked at to where they're able to just drive into that fenced area and close it. And, you know, so that their vehicles are secured and because it's not lighted. There's no light pole right there.
Correct. So, yeah, it's gonna, you know, the new road is really nice. I don't know if any other members have had an opportunity to go up there and visit it. There will be a ribbon cutting ceremony at the conclusion of this project. We talked about that today, and I can share those dates in an email with you guys if you're interested in joining that. A big part of the project that we had asked for was for the sidewalks for our students to be able to walk from the housing to the elementary school and not have to take the old path that they had in the past. And all the sidewalks are in place and everything, and crosswalks, and the school zone lighting is in place. So it turned out to be a really great asset for the district and the community up there.
Good question.
So,
what is the mascot to the school?
it's a bobcat.
Why don't they name it at the ribbon cutting Bobcat Way?
Oh, I don't know. I think that's the chapter house. That would maybe be something
But it goes to the school.
we could.
The housing is Sunset. Jared, the west side housing is Sunset, and then I know on the other side the housing there is rentals. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so that could be a suggestion that we make to the chapter house. But yeah, it's, I believe they will be paved out next week. They'll be completed with all the paving next week. So it's really coming along.
I don't know if you remember, but the last one was, they had a little parade.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they had a little parade.
So they might do something the same. I don't know. So.
It was Dr. Bowman and Senator Sharon Kloschewicz.
If there's no other questions, I'm done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Yazzie? Don't you love being the last one?
Good evening. Thank you, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. I believe we have presenting the follow-up on procurement questions or matters that were raised during the last board meeting relating to the procurement over 60,000. So we do have here reference to a Canon Financial Service purchase order. There was questions about how we came up with this number. So when we look at the actual purchase order pay history from, there's a couple of things we look at when we are putting in the purchase orders. We look at what was paid in previous years. If you look at the section on the right side of the screen, you can see that the procurement for this was for the year was paid out $110,515.33. And we also looked at the actual lease agreement for this here. The lease is $9,657 per month for this fiscal year, which comes up to roughly $115,000. So this is why the purchase orders were put in for $120,000 for this particular purchase order. Moving on to the next screen too, we do have here the Canon Solutions America. This is the maintenance part of the agreement. If you look at the right side, you can of the screen too as well. You can see that the payments do not get paid out, even though we do put in a purchase order. The purchase order encumbers the funds for the whole year. And so if you look on the right side, we do show the check register of each of the invoices being paid out individually for those months. And so the total for the year was $84,000. The purchase order for last year was put in for $115,000 to encumber the funds. But this year we do have some changes to our maintenance agreement. Last year we did have a total of 70 machines that we were on the lease agreement. This year we added 14 more machines. We were given food services was needing copier machines, so we went ahead and gave copy machines and to the food service department as well as Mesa Elementary and the athletics department. So it increased our maintenance agreement to 14 machines total. The other thing that is looked at too is how much each of the copies are cost. Black and white copies have a certain price to it. I think I do have the prices there, and the color copy prints as well too. So those are taken into account when we put those. We created the purchase order to encumber the funds. The next screen too is we also have to look at to make sure that there is a price agreement, or if there's needed an RFP or whatnot. So this particular vendor does have a price agreement with the state of New Mexico. So I just kind of went ahead and shared an excerpt of that along with the award there, the award number, the 7849. There was questions too about the Lower Valley Water. Same scenario here. We do have the purchase order for $120,000, and on the right side of the screen, there's an itemized list of the check. The vendor doesn't get paid unless we receive an invoice, and this is from last year's record, so we do have $121,000 ish. 121,797 to be exact. So we put in a purchase order, roughly around that same amount to encumber the funds for this school year. I'm sorry?
I apologize. Is there a contingency built into that cost, like 10% additionally, year to year?
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you. I hear you. Is there a contingency you said?
Yeah, do you make up like about an additional 10% over what it was the previous year for increasing costs?
So this one here was put in by, so we do take that into consideration, but for this one here, we just kind of rounded it off to the 120 there. And we do have the option of increasing the purchase order if needed to as well. The next one, this is another example. I believe this one is for the city of Farmington, kind of the same scenario. I just put these as an example. So this one does have the 549,000, and we put the purchase order in for 550,000. It does show the check register on the side that the invoices, the payments are not made unless we receive an invoice from the vendor. Next slide. We just went ahead and I think there was questions about procurement, and we just went ahead and listed some of the policies or whatnot. The procurement policy for the first one we have noted here is that we're not supposed to issue out a check or pay for any services unless there is the service has already been rendered, and that's why we have those invoices. They're not paid until we actually have those invoices on hand showing that the services were already rendered. And then the other two are the supplement policies within the New Mexico Department of Education, the business managers, business procedures and policies, stating that we're supposed to encumber the funds to obligate for these services. And then the other one says that that the purchase order must precede the placement of any orders or goods or service or construction. So we went ahead and put that for your reference, and then the full version of those policies are linked on the links that we provided as well too. And out of courtesy too, we did include the flow charts for the procurement process for goods. This one shows the procurement flow chart for the goods here, and kind of how these purchase orders are put in here at our district. Kind of a flow chart of how it starts and where it goes to and whatnot. And then the next one is the flow chart for the services as well too. Any questions?
Yeah, can Sharon email us this flow chart? Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for, yeah. Bedtime reading, you know.
This is reading for the rest of your day. What do you mean bedtime?
It's the start of my day.
That's right. Entertainment for the rest. Thank you, Mr. Yali.
Thank you, sir. Is it okay to proceed?
Yes.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board. Superintendent Carlson, would you like me to wait until the other members? Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a budget adjustment request This is a transfer bar for the teacherage. It's to transfer funds from function 2600 over to the 4000 capital outlay funds. This is a bar to for a project that was a rollover. I believe it's a fencing project. So this is the transfer for that particular project there. This one here is an increase bar for operational funds. We got an SEG budget adjustment for the Fine Arts Education Act, as well as the bilingual multi-education program. And there was a formula correction and updated calculations for these programs, along with how the ELTP and K5 Plus are being calculated. So this is kind of an additional amount that we're getting to our SEG. Any questions?
Questions from the board? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Yazzie, I do appreciate those little flow charts that you put up there. Those are very good. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Number 4, review consent agenda and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion or approval. Possible items removed from consent agenda. A, approval of consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Do I have a second?
I motion. I second.
Thank you. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas? Mr. Montoya? Myself, yes. I'll entertain a motion to convene an executive session to discuss collective bargaining agreement as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on pending and/or threatening litigation regarding impact aid litigation and litigation regarding San Juan Generating Station as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on real estate matters regarding land lease as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H8 of the New Mexico Opens Meetings Act.
Make a motion to convene executive session.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to convene. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas? Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes.
And we've been drinking a lot of water because water is precious here.
Yeah.
So we've been filling our water bottles and everything from our
Executive
Berkey.
session only,
Mhm.
the subject
And
identified
then,
in the agenda
and then
as the reason for which the
lucky for
meeting
us,
was
we have all
closed.
these stands.
Discuss collective bargaining agreement as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on pending and/or threatening litigation regarding impact aid, litigation and litigation regarding impact aid litigation and litigation regarding San Juan Generating Station as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on real estate matters regarding land lease as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H8 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
A motion to reconvene from executive session.
We have a motion and a second to reconvene. Vice President Haskey,
Yes.
Secretary George, Ms. Aspas,
Yes.
Mr. Montoya.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Item C, possible action items on matters discussed in executive session.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the Board Counsel Chappelle to initiate additional action at the PRC and potentially District Court regarding San Juan Generating Station.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Been moved and seconded that we authorize Ms. Chappelle to initiate additional action at the PRC and potentially District Court regarding San Juan Generating Station. Ms. Haskey,
Yes.
Ms. George, Ms. Aspas,
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Montoya.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Item 8, Board and Superintendent Report. A, Board Member Report. We have a report from the board member.
I will defer because of time.
Ms. Haskey or Ms. George?
I don't have a report at this time either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Same, no report at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, item B.
I'm going to do a little bit like Mr. Montoya did. I had a few things written up, but I'm going to skip over most of them because it's getting a little bit late. I just want to say that we had what I thought was a very positive start of the school year. I've visited quite a few schools already, and I plan to visit all of them within the next week or so. Mr. Deswood has visited with all the principals at the school sites. He's going to do a good job helping our principals be better prepared to be instructional leaders, and I'm proud of the work that he's doing so far. I want to thank the ICO folks today, the Intercultural and Community Outreach Department, for providing the updates on our state's equity initiatives and combining those initiatives in a way that is real forward thinking. Our ICO department does work that's ahead of the curve and beyond what the state of New Mexico expects. I was going to brag a little bit about our safety team, but I'll table that one. I just want to thank the board members for all your support and helping us to make it a positive beginning of the school year. That's all I have.
Thank you. Item 10, Plus and Delta. Board members?
I would like to say we covered a lot of things, the positives, the pluses, deltas. I hope that the next board meeting does not go into the next day. So, but really good discussion this evening. Thank you for all the participation and the dialogue. Thank you.
Ms. George?
Due to time, I don't have anything. Thanks.
Ms. Aspis?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make the motion.
Our second.
We have been moved and seconded that we adjourn this meeting. Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya?
Can I tell you tomorrow? Yes.
Myself, yes. This meeting is adjourned.